Welcome. And a prime morning to all of you. I'm Thunderbird Prime, Master of YouTuber, and today we are back in Girls Frontline 2 Exilium. Needy Catgirl Overload has started. But we're probably not going to pull for Basti. I clicked crew deck instead of recruitment. That's my bad. We're probably not going to pull for Basti. Our main focus right now is Voimistina. Even though I already have a copy of Voimistina. Let's go for some vertical investment. I mean, come on. Giant robot. What's not to like? So let's not waste any more time. Let's just get right to it. Broker's rebate. Oh, jeez. More incentive to pull. Because we needed more of that. Oh. Okay. The screen, it paused for a second. I thought we were getting something new, like maybe a new gun. That's not the case. Alright, so how many pulls do we have left? Whoops. If we go by the math, 6, 7. Insert joke here. Alright, so we're at the halfway point. No miracles yet. Now we're past the halfway point. Definitely no miracles. Hey! That's like a mini miracle. But here's the real moment of truth. Did we get Voimistina or did we lose the 50-50? The truth shall be revealed very soon. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yes. Alright, we got another copy of Voimistina. Way to go, me. So what does V1 get us? Damage multiplier for her skill? Yes. Increased by 180%. Stability damage up by 2. Size of AoE increased by 2 tiles. Passive effect increased to 150%. Aha. So, more damage, more area effect. Crumble. Defense reduced by 40%. Yeah, let's keep going. 79. Oh my god, it's a miracle. We witnessed a miracle live on stream, chat. Oh, hi, Nemesis. Oh. Pew. Yeah! GFL luck off the charts. We won 50-50 twice in a row. One was super early. One was like immediate. This is amazing, Chad. I was not expecting that. A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. Now, Alt is much better. Let's see. Duration of Wolf's Eye increased by 1 round. Damage multiplier increased by 130. Gains new effect. Any enemy unit spawns within Voimistina's attack range. Deals targeted damage equal to 130. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's keep going. How far can we take this? Also, yep, claim this. They really want you to pull, huh? It goes up to 360 times. That's crazy. So, where do I use these? Are they in my mailbox, or they're not in my mailbox? I guess maybe they get used automatically? Because I already claimed them. 25th of June. Oh. It's not the 25th of June. Got it. So it's not now. Anyways, let's keep going. Let's see how far we can push this. And I think that's all I can do for now, because I only had 2,500 cubes, minus 1,500, which is 1,000. Hey, we got 2 Void Mistinas. That's more than I could have asked for. And to celebrate, we're gonna get the new outfit. B Robo Voimawari. I think it's supposed to be like a portmanteau of Void Mistina and a Japanese name like Himawari? No, Himawari is the word for sunflower. Actual name is like Himari. Something just fell. Oh. Nothing important fell. Okay, okay. Well, I think it's time to hide the screen, because if it's going to ask for my credit card information, y'all ain't getting it. Alright. Yes, yes, yes. I'm sure I want to make the purchase. I know what I'm doing. Alright. Enter the radical 16 numbers on your credit card. The totally tubular expiration date. And the funky numbers on the back. And there you can make your purchase. Alright. Oh. Did I press... I pressed the all caps key without me realizing it. Payment successful. Alright. Where now? Fantastic scenery. Overcoming the barrier of dimensions with the Kabutek collab. Ultimate skill animation, changes, outfit effects, leisure chat, pose, interaction, gift. Alright. Now let's see if there's anything different in the refitting room. Alright. Can anything change? What if I click the little keychain? Will that do anything? Nope. Not that I can see. Anyways. We got her to V2. But enough of that. We can change this. Don't wanna though. Alright, time to start the event. Needy Cat Girl Overload. Alright, daily message. Supply message, in-depth search, equipment analysis. So we gotta do all these. Memory puzzle, okay. Okay. This one's not so hard. It's only 8. It's a big downgrade from 16 or 20. Love Diary. Oh. Story, mission completion. Daily message. Do all these. Memory puzzle. Did that. Personal collection. Basic info course. Alright, enough stalling. Time to do the story. Starting station. The train will always encounter lost travelers. This is message number 3751. There's an oh so special significance to this number. 3 is for the number of dates we've had together, 7 is for the number of outfits you gave me, 5 is for May, when our eyes first met. And finally, the number 1 is what you are to me, and what I am to you. We're each other's one and only, aren't we? You know, I'm not scared of waiting anymore. That's because I believe that our bond is stronger than any trial it may face. It's strong enough to overcome anything, for better or for worse, for richer or poorer, for sickness and in health. And not even death will do us part. Oh, it's Sakura. Sakura, are you ready? It's the moment you've been waiting for all your life. Oh, no voices. Ah, that sucks. Is that the van? It doesn't look like it handles particularly well. Perhaps the driver's high spirits have affected the vehicle too. The pink delivery truck seems to have noticed us watching it circle around, because it speeds up directly toward us, before suddenly screeching to a halt. A petite doll leaps out from the truck, her countenance all nervous and frazzled. What stands before me today seems to have not changed much from my recollection of her. Sakura, welcome to the Elmo. Commander, we meet at last. I'm not sure if you know, but I've got many things I want to talk about with you. I've been working really hard. I'm sure Springfield's already told you about me, but have you read the letters I sent you? Commander, I want to... Sakura bursts into tears as she dives into my arms. I gently pat her back to console her. I want to... Alert! Your delivery deadline is about to expire. Fuck, Sakura. You know your break's almost over, right? Now of all times? Can't you give me a little more time? Sure I can, but for every minute you delay, you'll have a complaint filed. Once that happens, the rep you worked so hard to build up will go down the drain. All the major platforms will lose faith in you, and you'll never get another big job again. You won't even be able to make enough money to keep me fueled up. Why is this happening? I only just managed to meet the commander again. Oh, life, can't you cut me some slack just this once? It's alright, Sakura. We won't be traveling too far from this settlement for the foreseeable future. So you can come back anytime. Noticing Sakura's tear-filled eyes, my hand moves on its own to pat her head. Sakura trembles. Then she squeezes her glistening eyes shut and rubs her head up against my palm. Commander. Go on then. Didn't you say everyone in the yellow zone was counting on you? We'll have a room waiting for you on the Elmo. We can talk after you're done, right? Aye. I'll put the pedal to the metal and blast my way through at top speed. After wiping her tears away, Sakura runs back to her truck. I didn't get to talk, give my gift, or eat with the commander. We didn't manage to do anything at all. Even though I worked so hard to make this happen. I can't believe the reunion with the commander that I've been dreaming of ended up like this. But at least the commander patted my head. Get a grip, girlie. We had to make a big detour just to get you here. If you want a vacation, you should at least get your work done first. The only thing on your mind is making deliveries, Senpai. You don't care about my happiness at all, do you? Damn right I don't. That's because your deadline expiring is more important than that. Oh, forget it. So where are we headed? Our destination is a seaside town 380 kilometers away. Goes by the name of Port Mika. 380 kilometers isn't that far, but we have lots of deliveries to make once we're there. I hope we can wrap them up in a week's time. Alright, here we go. Full speed ahead to my lovey-dovey reunion with the commander. Just as Sakura is about to step on the gas, a doll suddenly jumps out from the roadside. Ah! A fake accident, scammer! Damn it, that's the yellow zone for you. Go get him, Sakura. My friend, oh master of this savage beast, heed mine words. For salvation to bless the commander's home and estate, we must proceed post-haste to the rookie village, so please grant us passage. Ah! What's going on? Let us go back an hour. At the entrance to the doll community, the sun scorches its merciless rays upon an irate figure. That Ulrid. She's nothing but a figurehead dork after all. That's rude, Nixie. Quick, apologize. She shouldn't have questioned my judgment. Yes, you're right. The girl rapidly switches her tone, volume, and demeanor as she talks to herself. Of course, this isn't particularly out of the ordinary, since they were always two individuals to begin with. However, under normal circumstances, Phytusa and Sweeper could have simply convened in the privacy of their neural cloud. This spectacle is but a means for Sweeper to convey her immense displeasure. The other dolls have grown used to her outbursts and are keeping their distance for the time being. I just don't get it. We've clearly got more important stuff to do, so why are we wasting our time and effort on growing piddly crap like carrots and pumpkins? They're tomatoes, my dear. Plants have feelings too, and they'd feel sad if they heard what you said. Is that not a most lamentable tragedy? Who cares? Ulrich doesn't even think about our combat protocols. The way I see it, it's about 98% of the power plant isn't defended well enough. We lack anti-heavy weaponry to effectively utilize kill zone firepower. What's she going to do if war breaks out one day? Pelt the enemy with her precious tomatoes? You need not worry, Nixie. Ulrich is proceeding with things at her own pace. We've only just managed to stabilize the community, and there are many other things that need consideration. What other considerations could be more important than this one? I shared a super exclusive Sangvis Fairy style tactical analysis with her, and what'd she do? She kicked me out. Well, you did barge into her room without permission. Then you started lecturing her while she was burying her face in that commander doll. That's rather impolite, no? But that's because she refused to listen. I was thinking about our future here, and what was her response? She partook in a gross abuse of power and sent me to guard the main gate. Do you even need a doll for this kind of thing? A diner gate could handle this. Annoyed, Sweeper kicks open the door to the security kiosk and finds herself looking into a pair of confused eyes. What? My name will be struck from the roll of honorable protectors? That's not what I meant. Art thou the diner gate that shall replace me? A hero shan't give up without a fight. Who are you calling a diner gate? Sweeper jumps up and tries to karate chop her, but Dushavnaya nimbly blocks the attempt. The resultant motions, however, have them stuck in a particularly ridiculous pose, which makes Sweeper blush. She can hear Phytusa giggling in her mind as all this is going on. What are you doing here anyway? The Supreme Leader hath personally anointed me as a border guardian. Don't they need more people down at the test plots? Indeed they do, and 'twas my fervent desire to grant them an aid in replanting the garden of the gods. However, Helen has taken up those duties. Huh? Helen said she liked doing that sort of thing. And here I thought it was because you had a black thumb. Such slander! Nay, she proclaimed that heroes ought to do more interesting and exciting things. And so you chose to come here and space out? The doll community's grand order is mine to guard. What is there to doubt? I stand watch here because disaster is about to... Hold it. While this is an important duty, you can't protect anything by sitting here. What do you think the real threat to the community is? A quiet, exasperated chuckle fills the air. Phytusa knows Nixie is about to get into it again. Ah, the real threat is... Wrong. But a word had yet escaped my mouth. The fact that you didn't answer immediately is already wrong. The answer is obvious. It's war. Full-scale war. It's the enemies of the commander. It's the mastermind behind the destruction of the world. If an army of third-gen dolls showed up at our doorstep right now, backed by carrier strike groups and collapsed particle naval artillery, do you think you could protect everyone? Wait, would something like that actually happen? Dushavnaya furrows her brows. Immerse. She is within the annals of that apocalyptic prophecy. Well, there's the rub. But we needn't fret. The commander is our god, after all. I'm sure he'll find a way to save the world. All heroes have to do is obey the commandments of God. Oh, please. The commander isn't a god. He's just a human being. That said, I have to admit he's a human with an iron will, one that Sangvis Ferry had to respect. As ferocious as a Cerberus, as decisive as a Nemuem. Indeed, he truly is a natural-born killer who was raised for warfare. While most of that just goes over Dushavnaya's head, she finds herself nodding instinctively. So the question is, what does he need? He needs a multi-kiloton land battleship, loyal and overwhelming firepower, as well as meticulous and perceptive combat support AI. Can the doll community provide those necessities? That's why I said he's going to dump us when war comes. Yeah. We can't even protect ourselves, and we always have to rely on the commander. But I'm sure he won't just cast us aside. Even if he doesn't abandon us, he's not going to value us either, right? We'll end up as farming dolls, working the fields day and night. All we can do is watch the other dolls do great things. We might be invited to make up numbers at the victory celebration, but we'll never be the focus of the commander's attention on the battlefield. Sweeper delivers each word with such conviction that she doesn't even hear Phytusa sighing inside her head. Eh? But maybe. What if that's already happening? I mean, it's been a long time since I've been sent on a mission, although some newcomers have. Could it be that? Indeed. This is but the perfect opportunity. The commander is already making his move. As I thought, he spent those 10 years lying low, sharpening his claws, observing the world and waiting for an opportunity to strike. And now, in one fell swoop, he seized territory, resources, and loyal soldiers. I'm certain that we too can achieve such lofty goals. Indeed, all we lack is courage. Phytusa can sense Sweeper's spirits rising. It's at the point where nothing she can say from inside her mind can dampen her mood. Perhaps it's because she has a better listener than Ulrid in front of her. All she can do is sigh. Dushavnaya isn't dumb, but the way she's so in tune with Sweeper is, well, they might actually be more alike than they think. I know, right? Helen said that we'd be happy as long as we stuck with the commander. But if we did that, the commander would be too tired and he wouldn't be able to spend time with us. Just look at Suomi. She's doing her best to sell our tomatoes. I'm part of the doll community too, so I can't keep relying on the commander to do everything for me. Yes, he's an absolute madman. Not only is he on the URNC Most Wanted list, he stands tall as the eternal enemy of Sangvis Ferry. Plus, there's that heart of his, which scorches the lands with sheer ambition. There's no way he would be content with just growing tomatoes. I think I've managed to level up my motivation, thanks to your encouragement. What is your name? Phytusa, was it? You're like a master of the arts of war. I think I'll just call you War Master. It's Sweeper, but Helen was right. You shouldn't be slaving away in the fields, because you're way smarter than most of the dolls here. We are tactical dolls. We are warriors. The commander who defeated Sangvis Ferry doesn't need farmers, but perfect soldiers. That I am certain. This is the first time someone's ever called me smart. You've got great judgment, War Master. It's Sweeper. The air inside the tiny security kiosk heats up as the discussion grows more intense. It's as though a little sun were rising indoors. Unfortunately, we're the only people here with the wherewithal to do anything about it. Ulrid understands nothing. At this rate, the commander might just dispose of her as scrap. I think Ulrid's a kind leader, and the commanders won't abandon us. But I'm sure you know way more about warfare. That's why 'tis we who are destined to save the Dahl community, War Master. You mean, we should do something that's actually meaningful, just the two of us? Two's a little too few for that, though. But are we not a party of three? There is a brief pause before another voice hesitantly speaks up. I apologize in case I've misunderstood, but, are you counting me in as well? Indeed! Well, it's not like you can get out of this, unless you're going to hand this body completely over to me. Well, I think we should discuss this with Ulrid first. At the very least, I know what's been stressing her out so much recently. A lack of WMDs? No. Look, I'm going to explain myself, so please hear me out, okay? Will do, Madam Strategist. Wait, I'm a strategist now? Supreme Leader, we've come to bargain! Is that a Doctor Strange reference? Why are you even calling her Supreme Leader at a time like this? Oi, Ulrid, listen up! The two of them storm into Ulrid's room, all fired up and ready for a fight. Unfortunately, they missed her. The office is empty and there's a distinct lack of Ulrid's presence. What is with that woman? Is she avoiding me or something? Nixie, to deem oneself so highly is a sin, you know. It's not like this is the first time she's done it either. She's a real cunning one. She knows just how to wear my spirits down. Sweeper paces back and forth. Her rapid-fire footsteps are but a means of unloading her heightening frustration. Oh, forget it. I just knew it would be a waste of time. Come on, let's go. We'll just do what we gotta do. There's no point asking for her permission. Sweeper turns to the door and marches straight toward it. Her plan is to leave with a grand slam to vent her wrath. However, she freezes when Dushamnaya calls out to her. A moment, please, War Master. Our time was not wasted after all. Here, gaze upon this great discovery with thine eyes. Dushamnaya's eyes light up as she holds up a huge paper sack that was lying on the desk. It bulges to the brim with collapsed pieces. Finally, we can take a break. Yes, finishing up all of your outstanding work always feels good. No, the work never ends. Although the community situation has improved rapidly thanks to everyone's help, our recent trade deal with Mokosh has doubled our workload. Also, there are girls who want to get tactical modules installed so they can help the commander out. We need to at least come up with a training plan for them. Ulrid and Helen walk down the corridor, side by side. They're doing their best to slow their pace down, to prolong this rare bit of free time they've been allotted. After all, the dolls have now experienced what Mei Ling refers to as being so busy you forgot to breathe. Oh, Mei Ling, what are you teaching them? What are you going to do afterwards? I'm returning to the office so I can probably sort out our supply procurement situation. I wish I could go back to my room and blow off some steam. Ulrid will never, ever tell anyone that she ordered a highly realistic commander doll from Lewis, specifically the Tomato Emperor of Mokosh limited edition. My, it's that severe? Yes. Normally I'd ask Perry to help me handle this. But she's been up to her ears in work recently. Plus, I need to actually do some work from time to time. Haggling with merchants is a tremendous pain, even when they're friendly to us. Well, that's their job. They'll drag you into their game with all its complex rules to squeeze what you got out. Opportunities for profit are often found in unfamiliar territory, and we dolls have a harder time working in said territory than humans do. You're right. That's exactly how it feels to me. Still, we decide not to hide away from the world, but to move forward along with the commander. That means we can't just avoid human society anymore. We need to adapt to it, and then work together with others for mutual benefit. That said, Mokosh should have sent over a lot of supplies recently. Don't you have all the basic parts you need now? Might there be anything else? Spare frames? That's what we need most urgently right now. At the moment, most of our colleagues' frames are only able to perform basic day-to-day tasks. They can't be outfitted with weapons at all, so they'd be fodder in combat. Also, frames that are compatible with weaponry are currently only available from Green Zone suppliers. However, I heard there's an upcoming auction on the border of the Green and Yellow Zone. Supposedly, there'll be a large quantity of doll frames on offer there. I was wondering if I should head over there and try my luck. Upon these words, Orid gingerly massages her temples, as if an integer overflow was about to arise in her level 2. Truth is, I don't like auctions. The merchants' vanity, their deceit, and the games they play are all very frustrating. The commander and everyone in the doll community all worked hard to scrape together the funds for our budget, but figuring out how to spend it is making my core combust. Well, I believe you should consider that decision carefully, Miss Ulrid. You probably won't receive fair treatment if you take part in an auction while openly declaring your identity as a doll. Wouldn't it be better to get an underground broker to act as your agent if you decide to participate? But the auction is going to take place very soon. Can we even find someone suitable for the job given the circumstances? All I know about the auction is that the organizer is a wealthy woman who's renowned for her tremendous business acumen and equally famous for being meticulous to a fault in every transaction. They finally arrive at the door to Ulra's office as they talk. She sweeps the door open, as if sweeping her depression out with it. Well, in any case, between the proceeds from the sales of our produce to Mokosh, the support from Miss Lorelei, and the payment from Vasily, we can actually afford to be picky about what we're buying. I want our stock of frames to be able to hold out through several high-intensity battles, even if it means having to cut back on other expenses. Currently, the amount we have to spend on frames is roughly... Ulrid's words trail off. Before her very eyes lies a shocking absence. The place on the desk where the funds should be is completely empty. What's wrong? No, it's not completely empty. There's a note where they used to be. Ulrid picks it up and studies it together with Helen. Leave the doll community's salvation to us. We'll bring lots of frames back with thy currency. Hero, War Master, and Strategist. Salvation? But everyone's money. Huh? Dushivnaya. But why? Dushivnaya shut down her communications link. I have no idea where she's gone now. But she's a good girl, and she'd never do something like this. Someone must have led her astray. Huh? No. I can't believe I lost the money that everyone worked so hard to raise. If the others found out, they'll surely be disappointed in a leader like me. And the commander would be disappointed too. Oh, he won't ask me to be his commander anymore. No, it's not my fault. Hang in there. Be strong. Also, who are those War Master and Strategist people anyway? Do we have anyone like that in the community? Or did they pop out of the power plant like Phytusa? I'm supposed to be a leader, but I'm completely useless as one. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that War Master and Strategist have been written in a similar manner. Does that mean it's something like two personalities in one frame? Is it Phytusa? No, it's gotta be Sweeper's doing. Damn it, I'm gonna drag them all back here. If Phytusa's mixed up in all this, then at the very least, she understands urgency and priorities, right? Plus, she's not much worse than us when it comes to dealing with humans. While I am very annoyed that Phytusa and Sweeper seem to have led Dushivnaya astray, I'm sure that they won't do anything that would be bad for the commander or the doll community. But the auction, how will we take part with no money? Ulrid has managed to recover from her near breakdown by sheer force of will. That said, the pressure she's been under means she's been freaking out like this quite often recently. Helen has already become used to it by now. But you hate auctions, don't you? So we'll think of another solution. Well, I'm not happy about this. It's the only thing that helps me maintain a positive mindset. But if they end up losing the money, I won't let them off the hook that easily. Got it. I'll ask Monsoon Squad and 404 to keep an eye out for DOVA-SYNDROME and the others while they're in the field. I guess that's all we can do. Still, what would DOVA-SYNDROME need all that money for? Well, this is quite reckless. She's always cared about the community. Could it be that she or Phytusa really do have a plan? Let's think positive and assume that's what they have in mind. In any case, I doubt she'd go to an auction, right? Of course not. Why would they be interested in horrible places like that? So I guess they've gone to look for an underground broker. That does seem to be the case. And besides, they wouldn't know anything about the auction. I'll inform the brokers I know. After a brief silence, the tension in the room finally eases up. A cool breeze wafts in through the window. Had that tempest of frustration been nothing more than a passing mirage? So, do you have any other solutions to the frame problem? Ever since the commander became a fugitive, more and more ex-Gryffindors have come to realize that he needs their aid. A lot of them are quite influential in the yellow and even the green zones. I was planning to employ their assistance in coming up with a solution. As dolls, it's only natural that we want spare frames for ourselves. If we don't go overboard with purchasing, it won't arouse suspicion. Are they all going to help the commander? We've all been preparing ourselves to be useful to him since that day 10 years ago. The feelings engraved in our neural clouds will never fade. It is all because the commander gave his dolls the right to decide their destinies. How wonderful. Had I encountered the commander earlier, perhaps even I could have become a better version of myself. Wait a minute. I just realized something. I haven't received any notice of our vehicles being requisitioned or stolen, so how did they even leave? That's a good question, isn't it? I just realized. I could probably go to the shop. Go to the trading post. Got some more of these. Buy the last info core. Buy 11 of these. Or maybe 10 of these. And see what another 10 pull gets us. Alright. Let's get another Voimastina. Or not. But we get double Nemesis and a Groza. It's something. Alright. Milk teeth. In order to survive, young beasts learn to bite before they can run. All aboard! Onwards to Rookie Village! Got it, Miss DOVA-SYNDROME. I didn't expect you to turn out to be KSVK. After all, your body's completely different, so I couldn't tell at all. Looks like someone's had it worse than me over the past few years. Syl, do you really not remember our time together in Griffin? Weh, I guess I was but a mere fly on the wall to you. Fret not, O comrade from a bygone life. Soon the tales written of you will return to my mind, and the beautiful memory of a shared sojourn shall join. So, where are you guys headed? The strategist says that the Supreme Leader has been quite vexed about a lack of spare frames lately. Thus, she proposed that we help ease her worries. This battle, this adversary stands in the way of our survival. I just said that the issue was giving her headaches. I certainly didn't propose anything, so don't go pinning this on me, okay? Spare frames? Yeah, those are pretty rare in the yellow zone. But I think I remembered something. Anyway, you're heading to Port Mika? We'll be making deliveries there for a week, so we can drop you off there. As for auctions, though, don't know much about them. Did the commander send you on a mission? That's amazing. I wish the commander would send me on a mission too. I think my database has some information on auctions. Apparently there are places where you can buy things as long as you can pay. However, you need to have a very high social standing and whatnot to take part. And then you have to put down a deposit too. Are we really going to participate? Heh, the cost doesn't matter. I won't let anyone keep me from getting what I want. Surely the Supreme Leader must have planned to enter this auction. Why else would she have all that money ready? Wowie! She had that much saved up? Looks like you won't have to worry about the cost, yes. Yup, no worries here. Thank you for giving us a ride, oh Ninja Master. It's Sakura. In any case, helping the community means helping the commander, and this one is always glad to be of service. Nin. So this means I'm actually helping the commander out, right? Yup. An important operation like this concerns the future of the doll community, and so I'm sure the commander would support it. He'll definitely praise you when the time comes, Sakura. Really? So the commander will pat my head again as a reward? Baka, Sakura. Keep an eye on your deadlines. These two. No, these three seem even less trustworthy than Sakura. Why would the great commander send them to carry out a mission like this? Or did they just head out on their own? Yeah, forget it. If they mess up and get fired, Sakura's position in the pecking order will go up too. The Elmo is just another workplace, so I'll just disregard it for the sake of Sakura's future. Whew, that was close. Alright, it's just up ahead. I need to make some other deliveries, so I'll be heading off now. I'll be passing by here again before I head back to the Elmo, though. I'll pick you up then. Huzzah! Bye-bye, little ninja girl. Destiny will lead us to another encounter. It's Sakura. Douche of Naya and Faitusa dismount from Sakura's truck and walk from the beach to a cobblestone path. A town stands before them. Its name is Port Mika, a small, hard-to-find footnote on the map, yet it now stands before them. For Douche of Naya and her friends, the air here is exceptionally fresh compared to the Yellow Zone. The colorful plazas and well-preserved buildings paint a portrait of advancing civilization. This place is so pretty. It's even more moving when you think about how this place is technically still in the Yellow Zone. It seems that as long as you have ample income and manage your finances well, you can live a decent life, even if you're in the Yellow Zone. It's a mess, that's what it is. They sacrifice efficiency for this so-called progress, and there's pollution everywhere. Nixie, this isn't pollution. It's called graffiti, a form of street art. You call this art? It's just lame. Plus, it's not like they have infinite resources either. The humans are so troublesome that they've infected the dolls in the community with their inefficiencies too. Douche of Naya, have you found the location of this auction yet? Do not rush me. I'm consulting the terrain scroll. Let's see. Rookie Village, Adventurers Guild. Aha! Got it! Prithee, War Master, bestow upon me knowledge of where Port Mika's Special District number 3 is. How should I know? I know where it is. A girl's voice suddenly chimes in from beside them. Big sis, are you all from the outside? Yes, we are! Miss NPC, we're heroes who have come to Rookie Village on a quest to save the world from impending doom. How can you even say all that nonsense with a straight face? Just what did the humans do to you? That's so funny, big sis. Want me to lead the way for you? Yeah, this totally isn't suspicious at all. Maybe a round of enhanced interrogation will. Suddenly, a mighty force seizes control of Sweeper's frame. Before Sweeper can raise her hand, Phytusa smiles at the girl. Oh, that would be most lovely. Big sis will be counting on you, little girl. Phytusa's entire demeanor has changed. She approaches with an excited look on her face, her hands flailing restlessly. These vibrant, cute little human pups, kids in other words, can't be compared to the commander, of course. However, Phytusa's base layer logic is filled with instructions about cherishing and protecting humans of their age group. Come with me. Special District Number 3 isn't far off. The group follows the girl into the town's alleys. After passing through a series of narrow, twisting paths, they arrive at a quiet, deserted street. Here it is, Special District Number 3. Why, thank you. You're most kind. What's your name, little girl? I'm Zoe. That's such a cute name. I didn't know how to convey my gratitude, so may I touch you? As she looks at Phytusa's half-poised hand, Zoe beams with a sunny smile. Make sure you remember me, okay? With those words, Zoe pulls on Phytusa's hand and stands on her tiptoes before giving her a kiss on the cheek. Have fun. I'll be off now. All Dushifnaya sees now is Phytusa, frozen in place. She doesn't see the raging storm inside her neural cloud. Huh? What was that a kiss? Seems like it. More importantly. Did you feel that? Her lips were so soft, softer than a kitty or a puppy. That was a delicate texture that only humans possess. Woman, calm down. Calm down? Calm down. A human pup just kissed my cheek. What could possibly be better than that? Unless, of course, it was the commander doing it instead. Don't know, don't care. Also, have you forgotten that this is my frame too? But I just learned how to properly kiss someone. When I go back to the community, I'll be able to kiss the commander too. What? How dare you? No, absolutely not. If you had even a tenth of the IQ points I do, you'd have realized that girl was actually pretty uncute. In what way was she not cute? Because she stole your wallet, you blithering idiot. She did it during the 0.56 seconds you spent blue screening from a fleeting whisper of her lips. I'll take care of it, assuming direct control. Hello, War Master, Strategist. Dushifnaya waves her hands in front of Phytusa's face, trying to awaken her insensate companions from their slumber. That's a mouth and a half. Suddenly, Phytusa bursts forth like an artillery shell, startling Dushifnaya so badly that she stumbles back. After her, we need to get to that Zoe girl. Miss NPC? But she fulfilled her role, didn't she? Do we need to keep bothering her? She stole our stuff! Also, I'm pretty sure that this isn't Special District Number 3. Just as she says that, the whistling of projectiles surging through the air comes from all around them. The two dolls dodge what turn out to be pebbles fired from slingshots. It's not working, big sis. That's because they're not humans, they're dolls. Fall back and let the auto thugs slow them down. A chorus of creaks fill the air as a group of old robots pour out from all around them. It's fighting time, it's fighting time. Hey, it's the outside of the laboratory that we totally destroyed. I mean... let's just do this. Let's see, who can we employ? Who else is like high velocity? Yeah. Let's just throw in Phytusa.
了解。
And let's go. We'll do this order. Start the battle. Let it do itself. Kabutak! Or we just win. Oh, no, there's still 3 in the back. 3 in the back.
オーガスはまだまだ現役だよ。千軍万馬の勢いをご拝聴あれ。
It's a giant rhinoceros beetle. How could I not like it? Come on, guys. What are you guys doing? Come on. Surely you can do this better than this. Oh no! The auto thugs are totally useless. Run away! Head for the secret tunnel! Are they all human pups? Let's go grab one for starters. Sweeper and Douche of Naya react immediately, crossing the entire street in one movement. Just as they're about to grab those kids, a figure suddenly cuts in from the side. Huh. Sweeper slams on the brakes. It's not because she fears the weapon flashing out at close range. Rather, it's because she's afraid that hitting the slim figure before her with their enormous momentum will send them flying away. Standing before her is Zoe, holding a taser that emits a tinic blue arc of electrical current. There's a ruthlessness in her face well beyond her tender years. She's clearly not afraid of hurting others or getting hurt herself. This attitude of hers has earned her some respect from Sweeper. However, she's a girl who's barely in her teens. Against a tactical doll, anything she does is nothing more than ineffectual flailing. That's enough, friend. That's enough. Now, huh? The person who was just in front of her has suddenly vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Zoe's weapon hand is firmly in the grip of a doll's soft fingers. Done messing around. Sweeper grabs Zoe by the scuff of her neck and lifts her up like a kitten. Let go of me! Let go! Why'd you steal our stuff? Because it was there. That makes sense. It's all because Faitusa was a dork anyway. Still, stealing is a hostile action. Now, have at you. Ow! Sweeper flicks Zoe's forehead. The girl squeals as she squeezes her eyes shut. Nixie, you don't have to be so rough with her. It's not like I was carrying that much money with me anyway. We could have just let her take it. Have you forgotten that's the community's money too? We all need it. I thought she was a kind NPC, but lo and behold, she was a thief. 'Twas truly a shame, but good has finally triumphed over evil. Now then, shall we return you into the Night Order? There's no such place. You dork. That's called the local police station. There isn't one. Maybe the Adventurers Guild? It doesn't exist. She's not lying about that part. Oh yes, Port Mika doesn't have a Department of Public Security. And most certainly no guilds or whatnot. A large group of people approach them from around a nearby street corner. They're surrounding a well-dressed woman who is the person who had addressed them so suddenly. Is she in charge of the auction? Just hand her over to me. My name is Lydia, president of Connection Corporation's operations in the Yellow Zone. I'm in charge of public order in this town. You're in charge? Since there's no police department in this place, what can you even do about this? Our security department handles public security for this town. They've historically done pretty well at that job. As you can see, they're standing by my side right now. So, you bought out the cops. Lydia laughs heartily. She doesn't seem to take offense to that remark. I didn't buy them out. Rather, Port Mika itself was built around Connections operations. From its layout to its roads and its laws, everything here is designed to satisfy Connections' production needs. As for me, I hate inefficiency in production and places which breed corruption. I see, liege lady. You must be an ally of justice who helps the people. Oh, please. I'm just a businesswoman. You don't have to describe me in such a flowery term. It's simply because a stable market is a stable business. No businessman would want to set up shop in a den of crime. Damn it! Let me go! Sweeper notices that Zoe has started thrashing wildly since Lydia showed up. Indeed, it was a classic case of a getaway attempt. By the looks of things, turning her over to Lydia would be more amusing. Make sure she learns her lesson, okay? I will. Sweeper takes back the purse that Zoe swiped from her, and then hands the girl to Lydia. With this little sideshow over, Sweeper feels like her disdain for humanity has grown even more. Oh yes, we're looking for Special District Number 3. Could you guide us in the right direction? Oh, so you're here for the auction then? Wow, you saw through my identity as the hero right away. This must be Destiny's guiding hand. You don't need to keep looking for Special District Number 3. Just follow me. What? You're in charge of the auctions too? Let me put it this way. I'm in charge of everything in Port Mika. I knew it! My guess was right. Arrange a good room for our 2 guests, and send some refreshments over, though I'm not sure if they can enjoy them. Consider it an apology on behalf of Port Mika for a rather unpleasant first impression. After giving her orders, the only people left in the room are Lydia and Zoe. The girl is securely tied to a walnut wood recliner, her eyes wide and bloodshot. You really think you're a good person, don't you? Compared to a thieving little kid, the lady who makes sure everyone is housed and fed comes off as a good person, no? You're just sucking up to your customers with your dirty money. The Cableman Bill's capsule house collapsed, and a family at the scrapyard came down with severe radiation sickness. Where were you when those people were curled up crying by themselves in the old city bunkers? Where was their food and lodging? I'm a businesswoman, not a philanthropist. If they came to me looking for work, I'd have HR arrange easier work for them. If they can't even manage that much, then there's nothing I can do. But you're rich! That's not how society works, Zoe. All I can provide is jobs, and compensation equivalent to the value of their labor. If we let little scamps like you run rampant with wild fantasies about robbing the rich to give to the poor, Port Mika would be in chaos. Anyone can claim they don't have enough money. Who in this world hasn't suffered? So in the end, you're just a miser. If Della were here, she'd definitely help them. Then why isn't she here? Because she's dead. Fools get punished. Those are the rules of the game. Don't you dare talk about Mama like that! Zoe yells at the top of her youthful voice and struggles furiously, but she is nothing more than an irate hamster to the gazes that to the bear that gazes upon her. God damn it, Mika. Come on with your proofreading. Jesus. The corner of Lydia's mouth turned up, but a smile does not make itself known. She walks up to Zoe and looks down on her. She was your mother, and she was also my sister. I will say whatever I want about her. Oh, they're aunt and niece. Oh. That both simplifies and complicates things. She brings her face closer to Zoe's, her gaze piercing right through her, through to beyond. What you loved was her kindness, her selflessness, how she was like an angel to everyone. And that's the laughable thing, you silly little girl. It was those things that killed Della. Patooey! It was bad people that killed Della. Bad people like you. Lydia smiles and reverts to her previous demeanor. Elegant, rational, her voice edged with a hint of cutting wit. A socialite through and through. You're still too young and you know nothing. That's how people are. When they're young, they do what they want. When they're older, they do what they can. Once you've accumulated a few scars, gone a few days without food, and seen just what life can do to you, you'll come back to this room like a good little girl. You'll have a cute little smile on your face and a cute little gift in hand, and you'll say, "Dear Auntie, please give me a job." You want me to work in a darkened sweatshop for 12 hours a day? I don't want anything from you, and I'll never call you by that disgusting name. I just want to get as far away from you as I can. Really, but I think you're pretty good at leveraging your connection with me. After all, the reason why you can do all your wicked little deeds with impunity is entirely because of your relationship with me, is it not? My friends are way more reliable than you. Suddenly, Lydia hears an unusual sound, that of metal hitting metal. It's like a musical scale. After the first note emerges, the others come in succession, filling the entire mansion. Is it coming from the pipes, the walls, the furniture? Or is it the bones of the building itself that are rattling? It's as though it shivers in fear of something. Intruder alert! Someone's gotten in. Where? In the front yard. Someone took down the guard there. Get up to the second floor. There's graffiti at the top of the stairs. Wait a minute. There's graffiti on the reception room windows too. They probably got in through there. As chaos fills the air, the servant opens the door to Lydia's room. Ma'am, there's an intruder in the house. I came to check that you were safe. Right. Thank you for your concern. Because I definitely feel unsafe right now. Thanks for leading the way. A handgun muzzle presses against the back of the servant's head. Someone steps out from behind him with light and quick footwork, like a cat hopping out from around a corner. Zoe, have you finished that family meeting with your mean old aunt? Because I'm here to bring you home. Lydia's gaze grows cold. She had declared herself to be in charge of Port Muika just a while ago. However, right now, in her own home, she can't maintain her calm. Her gaze is serious, cautious, and completely focused. She studies the tactical doll before her like she's assigned which wire to cut on a ticking time bomb. Despite her cute appearance, Lydia knows that this doll is more dangerous than any bomb. You could say that she's a landmine. Basti, I trust you know what trespassing on my private residence implies. Aw, lighten up. I remember you said something about how you'd welcome anyone who came to deliver money to you. Basti slides a bag across the ground like a bowling ball. Is this enough to post her bail? That should be enough, right? If not, I can make up the difference with a few bullets. Lydia didn't respond. Instead, she turns to Zoe beside her. You shouldn't be running around with these ownerless dolls. You're just going to hurt yourself. At least these dolls don't tie me up. Also, Basti holds her own permissions. She's her own master. Della always hung around dolls before she died. It's not a good sign. That's because she craved adventure. She did things you couldn't even begin to imagine. She also suffered in ways I couldn't imagine. I took my eyes off her for a moment, and she just went and died like that. By this point, the mansion's entire staff has surrounded Basti. Dozens of guns are trained on her. Basti, on the other hand, merely rubs her fingernails together and seems entirely oblivious to the danger around her. Lydia frowns, clearly unhappy that her carefully constructed appearance of legitimacy is being challenged. Thanks to the doll before her, her authority is no longer as certain as before. However, her niece clearly does not share her views. Zoe seems to admire Basti's composure very much. Alright, we have a deal. You may go today. However, Zoe will need to apologize for what she's done. At Lydia's gesture, one of her servants produces a miniature audio recorder, which he turns on and points to Zoe. Voice Prince, you do love these old-fashioned gadgets, don't you? Faking them is a piece of cake, you know. The Sable family founded the family business of connection through answering machines and pagers. This is merely carrying on a tradition. Moreover, to date, the precision of our family's voice print systems has never let us down. How about this, Miss Zoe? If you're willing to recite the Sable family rules with me and admit your mistakes, I'll let you go. Otherwise, that stray cat over there will have to beat all my men in a quick draw contest. And whoever wins, you'll still be down one more family member. So, do you agree to those terms? I agree. After leaving Lydia's estate, Zoe walks down the road beside Basti. What should you be saying now? I'm sorry. I was wrong. What have we learned? I shouldn't have gone up against him. I caused you lots of trouble and made you waste all that money. No, you've got it all wrong. Huh? In this world, nothing you do to get what you want is wrong, unless you get caught doing it. Remember what I told you? Running away is always your best option. But I couldn't break free. Then put on a show, fake being sick, pretend to be weak or something. Once the other side lowers their guard, you'll have a chance to flee. Oh, so you can do that too? Well, now you know. Be smarter next time. Got it. You know what we're doing to do next is very important, right? I know. I'll do my best to be useful to the great hero. And so the landmine makes her appearance. Starter's pistol. The gunshot is the signal to start. Don't worry about where the starting line is. Ugh. Got two boys. The next day, at Port Mika's Special District Number 3. Located here is the HQ building for Connection Corporation, the city's most glamorous business venue. It is currently full of people. Hello, you've got a delivery. Package for Mr. Carl? Is Mr. Carl in? Why are you shouting so loudly? Don't you know how to protect customer privacy? Whatever, give me that. He's so scary. Pardon me, please sign here. Are Dushif Naya and Faitusa here too? I hope things are going well for them. Unfortunately, I have other items to deliver, so I can't stick around. The air here feels exceptionally sticky. Nicotine, alcohol, caffeine, and perfumes. Dozens of different scents mingle and blend into an olfactory cacophony. For anyone who hasn't been here before, this is probably what money smells like. Wow. Tushifnaya, don't space out at the doorway. Let's go inside. Oh, okay. Greetings, informed, esteemed guests. Please leave your weapons here. I will guide you to your seats afterwards. Tushifnaya and Faitusa do as they're told and follow the servant into the venue. Both of them are a little uneasy about their surroundings. This world of velvet and orchestras is completely unfamiliar to them. Faitusa, you know how auctions work, right? What should we do next? Actually, I've only read about them in data archives. I know the rules for how auctions work, but absolutely nothing else beyond those. We sit down and then we wait. I guess that's it. We've already paid the deposit after all. I'd be too ashamed to return to the community without achieving something. Dushevnaya looks at the 2 drinks that have been set on the table for them. She picks one up and downs it. Ugh! It's bitter! Blasted be! This beverage has been envenomed! Is this supposed to be coffee? Eh? Since when did coffee taste this bad? Springfield and Helen make yummy coffee! Faitusa takes a sip of it as well, then sticks her tongue out in disgust. Yeah, it's really bitter. Ugh. Humans do have varied tastes. I think I prefer what the commander likes. Ah, the coffee here is an espresso without any extra ingredients, so it's bound to be very bitter. It's mainly there to keep the participants as alert as possible. There are sugar cubes in this tin. Add as much as you like. Wait a minute, isn't that the recently revealed doll on the Chinese server? Am I just imagining things? Am I just seeing things? Let's go, Girls Frontline to Exilium. No, that's not you. I think it's G41. Phelan. Certainly looks like her. The fox ears, the blue eyes. And this, if this was voiced, I would definitely be able to tell if it's actually her. Because then she would be voiced by Rie Kukumiya. But alas. A girl who is passing by provides them with much needed clarification. Dushevnaya studies her animal ears for a long time and finally concludes that they aren't simple fashion accessories. Art thou'st a doll? Yep. Was it that obvious? 'Twas so. Your ears look so cool. My name is Phelan. My table's next to yours. Knew it. It is Phelan. Want a few sugars? It'll help improve the taste of your coffee. Oh, ye sweets, bearing savior, my finest thanks. Just as she reaches out for the tin, another hand suddenly appears and snatches all the sugar cubes away. She turns to glance at Dushevnaya, then proceeds to toss them all into her mouth, noisily crunching them all to bits. Hey, you sugar thief! You, what are you doing? Don't you know I like sugar? Quit lollygagging and take your seat. And thus this brief interaction comes to an abrupt end. The 4 dolls sit at 2 separate tables, glancing at each other and exchanging whispers. Faitusa, don't those 2 dolls over there look kind of familiar? No, I don't recognize any doll with animal ears. I think I've seen a sugar-eating one before, but she doesn't look like that. Meanwhile, at the other table. Basti, is it me or those 2 dolls over there look kind of familiar? Don't worry about it. It's perfectly normal for patchwork frames like theirs to have accessories you've seen elsewhere, right? Are they from the conglomerate? Do they work for underground brokers? Whatever. It's not like it matters. Oh yeah, what was with that little stunt just now? Did your gustatory module break or something? Such woe to have a partner blighted with such naivete. Can't you tell? I was giving them a hard time. But why? Zoe told me that those two were the ones who caught her yesterday. Oh, you motherfucker, how are you still alive? Ladies and gentlemen, here's a toast to Port Mika. This place has yielded such tremendous wealth and opportunities for the URNC. It would be a pleasure to employ the power of Port Mika to hone my elite team for the Orlaw conglomerate. Come, feast your eyes on our team of professionals. They spent the past 8 months undergoing grueling training at the conglomerate. Each of them has passed numerous tests, and they're capable of handling any kind of work. We're young, yet talented and capable. We're hungry and full of drive, and we're here to make a name for ourselves. But as you know, hard work tends to be overdone, and that eventually ends up harming the interests of others. Incidents like these are often unearthed by people with ulterior motives and then transformed into malicious rumors. I am at a loss for how to deal with such slander. It truly breaks my heart. All I know is that I must seek the aid of Lady Lydia. Only an exceptional individual like herself can understand the frustration one encounters on the path to success. The guests have heard much about this young man named Carl. The media loves to describe him as the entrepreneur who clawed his way out of hell. Despite the hyperbolic language used, it's actually quite a fitting title. Not long ago, this wealthy young man was written off as a sacrifice along with the scandal-ridden Gerard Group, sinking into the ocean along with his cruise liner. But recently, this man who was supposed to be dead has returned to the public eye, now with a completely new identity. A business manager of Sect Fabin. And now he stands in the limelight, handling dirty and tedious work like a faithful mutt, leashed by the Orlaw conglomerate. Many businessmen have chosen to keep him at arm's length. However, the master of Port Mika does not share their opinion. Lydia slowly rises to her feet from among a group of upper-crust audience members. Carl, you've certainly made the right decision. Everyone knows that the company founded by my father, Connection, has become the premier telecommunications service provider for the URNC. Our market share has been the envy of many of our competitors for several years now. All this stems from a simple wish. The desire to provide convenient comms to our client, and convenience, well, is quite possibly the most expensive thing these days. We have invested manpower and resources to install Connection signal equipment to every single signal beacon across the URNC. These efforts have yielded results, and now over 70% of the Yellow Zone's communications users have chosen Connection as their provider. Our clients have given us the strength to move forward, to achieve a great labor beyond our wildest imagination. However, it is still not enough. For a long time, wide area communications have relied on URNC's framework, and on the signal beacon network they built. However, things are different now. We have a game changer, something the URNC does not possess. Tomorrow, Connection will launch the very first airborne signal beacons. The audience oohs and ahs in wonder. Rumors have been circulating that Connection is working on a revolutionary piece of technology, using arrays of aerial drones to serve as flying beacons. To date, the Yellow Zone signal base stations have all been built along the URNC's transport network, using their sturdy construction to withstand elite attacks and extreme weather. However, these base stations have their disadvantages, such as being unable to cover most areas and extremely high attrition rate. However, the use of collapsed particle-powered drones, which are capable of extended flight times, will allow them to break free of the shackles of terrain and radiation. They will also be able to move to avoid collapse storms and other spontaneously arising hazards. The concept itself isn't unique, but only Connection can actually make it a reality. Part of it is due to their long years of experience with the Yellow Zone. Another factor is their connections, much like their namesake, which has convinced the military to grant them access to mil-spec technology. From now on, these drones will provide precious signal to access to many Yellow Zoners who have lost contact with the outside world. Of course, it won't be free, but it'll be worth it. This doesn't just imply better communications coverage, quality of life for an average person. It means that the concept of signal beacons will no longer be bound to land-based structures or subject to the URNC's control. One can only imagine how these airborne beacons will usher in a brand new digital world without any oversight once they come online. Meanwhile, every businessman present dreams of being Columbus of a new age. Lydia smiles and declares the auction open before exiting the stage. Carl steps forward to meet her, flashing a smile that only a wealthy young master would possess. Beautifully spoken. Connection has been growing each day ever since we met. Our founding principles remain the same. We provide sharing for the public and privacy to our friends. And we are friends, are we not? Sometimes I know what you need better than you do. After the first round of auction items is sold off, the big LCD display shows the latest lot, a batch of doll frames. Many voices begin making bids, and the host scrambles to record them all. I'll raise by 100. A clamor erupts in the audience. After all, Carl's first move was to double the starting bid price. Lydia watches with mild interest. She knows this young man from Orlog is just showing off, but she sees no reason to object to it. After all, this vulgar display of wealth is dedicated to her. I hear people say that you don't like dolls. That is correct, but this is for you, my dear Lady Lydia. I've heard that some people in the city have set themselves against you. If you gave these frames suitable weapons, you could have an army at your disposal. And even if you don't need an army, dolls can be excellent workers too. You're always in need of manpower, don't you? Are there any more bids? Yes, there. Number 36 raises by 1. Number 37 raises by 1. I'll raise by another 100. The air has started to heat up. Now that Carl has raised his bid twice by such a massive amount in rapid succession, the bid price for the lot is far in excess of its actual value. Carl raises an eyebrow and turns to look at Lydia, enjoying the attention from the people around him. Ho ho ho, thank you. I'm glad you're going to these lengths for me, but really, you shouldn't have. The manpower issue can be solved internally. Of course you can, but I've decided to bestow upon you this gift, and thus you shall receive. Another raise. Number 36 raises by 1. Number 37 to follow up. Number 37 raises by 3. What's going on? Carl feels a wave of heat rising to the top of his head. How dare anyone else get into the bidding war with him? He's not an impetuous, arrogant young master anymore. He works for Mr. Zimmerman now, which means he needs to know exactly where each cent he spends is going. The big sum he's putting down isn't meant to buy the doll frames, but to open the door to the company called Connection that Lydia runs. That being the case, who are these people who keep raising over his already outrageous bid? Are they Lydia's stooges? Is she trying to test his wealth? Carl glances over at Lydia. Her eyes are sparkling, but she seems as surprised as he is, because she's looking for those bidders too. Carl grits his teeth. The show must go on. Perhaps backing down would be wise, but wouldn't that also make him look weak to the others? He has no doubt that Sex Fabian and Zimmerman, the person who allowed Carl to call him uncle, will not tolerate weakness or failure. I'll raise by another 100. Carl forces the word through gritted teeth. However, before the echoes of those words have been faded from the air. Number 36 raises by 1 again. Number 37 2. Number 37 raises by 5. Number 36 by 1. 37 by 10. 36 by 1. 37 by 3. A bizarre frenzy has engulfed the auction. The bidding has gone beyond the point of simply making a profit. It's now a race to see who can give more money away. Douche of Nine knows that the community's biggest challenge right now is the lack of resources. She's seen the calculations Orid has made. And she knows just how precious the funds that Orid gave to her are. That's why she only raised by 1 each time. She wants to help Urid by purchasing the frames as cheaply as possible. No matter how much Dushavnaya, in the name of a hero, declares to Faitusa or Sweeper that wasting this money is unacceptable, the fact itself will never change. Dushavnaya knows that she can't betray her friend's trust. The only problem is that she has no idea just how much doll frames should cost on the open market. I'll raise by 1! That's why the auctions of the blondie beside them are utterly incomprehensible. She keeps flashing evil grins at them, then casually calling out more raises. Dushavnaya can't sense any respect for money from her. Up by 3 this time. Raise by 1 again. I'll just raise by 5 then. Ugh. While she doesn't quite understand how auctions work, the surprised looks on the faces around her give her a few clues. She ought to stop bidding, but if she stops now, what will happen to the amount she's already put forward? Dushavnaya suddenly realizes she has no idea, and that realization makes her freeze up. Dushavnaya, we should stop. I'm really scared now. I think I'm going to faint. Please stop. Such frivolity! That is not the way of the auction. The foe has lost their way in this duel of numbers. I must rescue her from this brazen enchantment. Actually, I think you're the one who's more into this than anyone else. Like, you could just buy the frames off the black market for this kind of money. Seriously, who taught you this way of the auction rubbish? I'll go give them an educational stabbing. Yeah, we're the ones who need rescuing more. Believe in me! I'll carry the future of the doll community on my back, as well as Helen's hopes. I shall not fall here. Sweeper and Faitusa simultaneously facepalm. I raise by 1! However, there's no response from the other side this time. After a long, tense moment of held breath and silence, the sound of the falling gavel echoes through the venue. And sold to number 36. Congratulations on winning the bid. She won? Dushavnaya is stunned. This victory feels too sudden, as though she skipped over the process of actually defeating the foe. Or rather, it wasn't her opponent who had lost. Dushavnaya, this is way more than the amount we brought along. What do we do? What do we do? Dushavnaya feels a wave of dizziness wash over her, like she's lost touch with reality. Everything she sees next feels bizarre and surreal. She sees the long number on the main screen. The staffer's heading toward her. That wicked little blondie laughing so hard that she looks like she's having a seizure. Damn it! I've been set up! 'Twas but a vile conspiracy! Ah, this is bad. I need to do something! As the thought fills her, she musters all her strength and courage before lunging toward the neighboring table. Hey! The hell are you doing? Being a sore loser? Please stop. No violence is allowed on the premises. The staffers quickly bundle Dushavnaya away, while Basti revels in schadenfreude. Calm down, please, dear customer. This is a place that values etiquette and regulations. Please contain your emotions. I'm sorry. So, who is bidder number 36? Dushavnaya holds up a paddle reading number 37. Huh? The staffer looks around and sees the paddle with number 36 in Basti's table. Oh, 36 is here. After seeing the paddle on the table, Basti's wise eyes widen. Then she shoots Dushavnaya an approving look. Damn, you look like a dork, but that was well played. Haha, but that's what makes it fun. Fine, you got me. I'm number 36. Alright then, please come with us to settle accounts. I didn't bring any money with me, though. All I got is this. Basti holds up a hand. Everyone can see that she's twirling a pistol around her index finger. What do you think? Handier than cash, no? A gunshot rings out. Then the crystal chandelier above them explodes into a cloud of sparks. It is followed by screams as the venue hall descends into chaos. Apart from money, the people here cherish one other thing: their lives. Security! Get security in here now! Wait a minute, I thought everyone had to hand in their weapons at the front. Clearly, someone didn't get the memo. Alright. Kablamo! Alright, who's left?
大勝はまだまだ
You.
現役だよ
I think
よ
you.
くあれば楽器立てれば兵器
That's it. Oh no. Everything's gone wrong. What should we do now? We're innocent. Let's make a run for it. Suddenly, a row of bullet holes opens up at their feet. That's them. They're the dolls who were causing trouble just now. Get them! Huh? But it wasn't us! Phytusa protests fall on deaf ears as a group of security robots rush over. Shut up and run! Get our weapons back! We can't get caught here. Dushavnaya and Phytusa make a run for it. Without their weapons, all they can do is avoid direct confrontations and use available cover to circle around the opposition. Just then, the surrounding speakers suddenly spew a loud electrical crackling noise. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I have an important announcement to make. The loudspeaker distorts the voice. It sounds nervous, youthful, and slightly familiar. Your security system is filled with loopholes, your firewalls are outdated, and your encryption is, frankly speaking, crap. In other words, it's a piece of cake for hackers to exploit. Oh yes, we are the hackers in question. This is the Black Utopia gang speaking. You've been bugged. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I want to play a game. Oh no, this is turning into Saw. Alright. Well, right as the words hit the air, the speakers hum with the sound of electrical systems shutting down. The power to the venue goes out, and the surroundings are plunged into darkness.
当然の勝利ね
Alright, how many more missions are there? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Improvisation. Once the chaos starts, it only gets worse. I've heard that name before. These bugs are a black hat hacker organization that gave the banks quite a few headaches in the past. Who the heck are they? Why are they targeting us? It's her. It's them. It's Zoe and Basti, those little punks. How dare they mess up my auction? It looks like I'll need to teach them a harsh lesson. Isn't that your niece? She's a hacker too? I definitely didn't know she was into that sort of thing. But I know what a greedy little Molly is aiming for now. Send your people to defend the warehouse. This disturbance and the power outage are all distractions. They're targeting the auction lots. Also, you're going up against a tactical doll, so don't hold anything back. Alas, this is the problem with the Yellow Zone. You try to do honest business, but people like these just don't understand your ambitions. In the end, everything goes up in price. But you're not alone, Lady Lydia. I know what you need. My people are all elite operators and professionals, and now they're yours to command. I appreciate your kindness, Carl. However, you're still a guest. Oh, there's no need to stand on ceremony. We were supposed to be having a good time, and they've ruined it all for us. Hold on. I'll assemble them now and place them at your disposal. Alright. I assume they'll need entry permits as well. I do so love working with intelligent people. Carl walks into the darkness behind them. His footsteps are heard, and he deliberately goes a long distance away, to a place where Lydia cannot hear him. He takes out his communicator and holds it close to his mouth, his voice low and gurgly. How's it going? Are you in the warehouse yet? We did it, boss. We're in. Fortunately, the power outage saved us a lot of trouble. Then get to work and swap the items. Lydia's people will be there soon. Don't leave behind anything incriminating. Don't worry, boss. I know what I'm doing. In the darkness, Dushavnaya and Phytusa huddle under a table, anxiously listening to the sound of the footsteps around them. This is a major crisis, strategist. Yes, they think we're accomplices of those two dolls. It feels like they all set this up. Dushavnaya, do you know that blonde doll from just now? She seemed to have something against you specifically. Let me think. Looks like that region of my memories hasn't been repaired yet. Forget it. You know how her memory is. No point giving her a hard time. Let's start by figuring out our situations. Since we're involved in this mess now, we should at least know what's in store for us. Ooh, I know! They're going after the auction items! They clung so desperately to the hero's heels because they were also seeking their treasure that could save the world! It's just 100 doll frames. I could have 10 times that number in just a few minutes if I could only access Sanctus Ferry's resources. Oh, how SF has fallen. But they didn't try to snatch up those frames either. It feels like they were trying to disrupt the auction, which means messing with us now was just a sideshow for them. They're probably going after something else. Ah, so it's here, the very first side quest of our heroic journey. Let's stop those dastardly knaves from stealing the treasure. Yep, if they get away with it, we might end up being blamed for it. The problem is that it's totally dark now, and we have no idea where we are. That is okay. We know where they're headed. There's only one place where all the treasure could be hidden. Are you talking about the warehouse for the auction lots? Yep, let us pick up the pace so we can reach the treasury before the thieves do. Actually, when you think about it, what's wrong with letting them get their way? If we find the frames there, we can just grab them and run. If anyone asks, we just say the thieves did it. We can't do that. Meanwhile, the two other dolls are also taking cover in another room, separated from Douche of Naya and her party by a single wall. Here, your rifle. Honestly, what would you do without me, Phelan? Thanks. Speaking of which, Zoe is really something. I can't believe she managed to hack the auction hall systems too. Still think of her as that kid who needs to be put to bed? Zoe's all grown up now. She's the leader of the bugs, and the kids all call her Big Sis too. Then we'll have to do our part, as to not squander the bugs' efforts. Yep, time to work hard. And since you said as much, you can come up with our next move, Phelan. Wait a minute, you're asking me? Yeah, didn't you say you're gonna do your part? Then you can start by thinking right now. But you're the one who does all the planning. Besides, didn't you fully plan out a big heist like this? Yeah, right. As if such a comprehensive and customized plan would exist. I only thought about how to sneak in. Now you decide how to do the rest. It's too sudden! Okay, fine. Our destination, it's the warehouse, right? Yep. So we should head toward the warehouse now. Yep. What's next? Then we'll do this, that, and that. Ah, I like that plan. Meanwhile, a warehouse security guard is hiding inside a cabinet. Normally, he would be at his post to ensure no thieves get in. However, it seems like there are way too many thieves surrounding the warehouse at the moment. Who's there? Passing heroes need not state their names to ordinary mobs. It sounds like two groups of people have encountered each other. I asked you first, so you answer first. We're warehouse security, your turn. Suddenly the sounds of intense gunfire fills the air. You're security? I'm here to take out security. Upon hearing this, the guard curls up even more tightly. Accursed villain! I bet you didn't expect us to not be security either! Target hostile status confirmed. Counterattacking now. Just then, Basti and Phelan run into a burst of gunfire as they're sneaking along. What? We've been spotted? No, they're not attacking us. There are two groups of people shooting at each other. Lots of gunfire from one side. They got the numbers advantage. The other side doesn't have as many guns, but their tactics are much better. Could it be those two dolls from just now? Huh. Wonder who gave them the idea to make a move now. How dare they ruin my show? There are people here too. Are you with them? Damn it, things couldn't have possibly gotten off to a worse start. Phelan, do you have the combat plans? Oh. Wow, that's my partner for you. Your battle plan turned out to be just like mine. Yeah, it's just what we're not using Basti. Alright. Why? Who's next?
旋風バンバの勢い
You.
をご拝聴
You. Aren't there too many enemies here? I don't know. Darkness has shrouded my eyes, and the fog of war blinds us. Douche of Naya, cease fire. Douche of Naya, stop shooting. However, the chaotic firefight doesn't stop. Are they shooting at someone else? Did these idiots start infighting? The people just now said they aren't security guards. Does that mean there's more than one batch of thieves? The situation's gotten too complicated. We should withdraw for now. Since we're already here, we might as well finish the mission and grab the frames. You're trying to grab 100 frames? We can't get them all without a vehicle. If we come back empty-handed after causing all this chaos, what do you think that cruel and demonic commander will do to us? We'll definitely be scrapped, right? The commander's not that kind of person. But at this rate, things aren't looking good for us. At the very least, we need to figure out what those dastardly knaves are up to. We can't just give up without knowing what's going on. You've got a point. Since people are fighting over it with actual guns, the target must be very important. It would be bad if it fell into the wrong hands and everyone suffered as a result. Let us go. If what strategist says is true, we'll seize the treasure and keep the bad guys from getting it. You do have bright thoughts from time to time, Douche of Naya. I think it's a good idea. I know, right? Wait a minute. Am I hearing this right? Are you two actually serious about this? There's no time to hesitate. Just sit back and give me frame control authority for now. Elsewhere, in the middle of the dense web of gunfire, Phelan tugs onto Basti's tail. Yeah! Basti, don't get carried away. We have work to do. Right, work. Have you found the target yet? Yep, come with me. I found one that's just right. Not far away, a large group is advancing down the corridor toward the warehouse. How is it going? It's done. We're bringing the power back on now. Just as the man finishes speaking, everyone hears an electrical hum. The lights come back on the blast, and blast the entire area with a stark white light, leaving no corner untouched. The scene is surprisingly still. The strange silence of dozens of people standing around as they adjust to the light has an inexplicable air of piety to it. The light seems almost divine in nature as it purifies the area. It's as though the darkness, chaos, and gunfire from moments before were nothing but a phase whimsy. Even the densely packed bullet holes in the walls seemed in place. Only the acrid stench of gunpowder and smoke in the air proves that the previous events had actually occurred. Do an inventory check, see if anything's missing. Soon, Lydia receives a surprising answer. Ma'am, nothing's missing. All lots are present, and the quantities match up too. Oh? Lydia feels relieved and puzzled at the same time. Basti is a cunning little minx. She knows well how to get what she wants. In fact, the entire process seemed pretty much perfect. First, she snuck in a gun to cause some chaos. Then she kept security busy by cutting power. Following that, she fought a run-and-gun battle to the warehouse entrance. But in the end, nothing happened. Lydia can't help but wonder, did Basti retreat out of caution, or does she have another scheme in mind? Fortunately, our response came in time. We should rejoice that nothing was lost. Indeed, it was most fortuitous. As Lydia moves through the warehouse, her fingertip grazes over the various crates. She needs to assess her losses ASAP and check if anything is missing. Just as she thinks that, she finds Carl standing in front of her. Let's carry on with the auction. We can finally do some proper business without those brats getting in the way. Remember what happened just now? My bid for those frames still stands. Lady Lydia, you wouldn't refuse a gift from a friend, would you? Lydia smiles, quickly readjusting herself and switching back to the familiar rules of the game. Of course, I would never refuse a friend's request, much less the gift. So was this a feint? I think it is. What if this too was just a distraction? Three-way junction. Everyone thinks victory is at hand until the secret is revealed. Hello, you've got a delivery. This is an express shipment from Special District Number 3. Could you sign here, please? Sakura unloads a huge crate from her truck and hands it over to the connection staffer. Nobody noticed anything amiss. After all, wasn't it perfectly natural for a crate containing doll frames to have 2 dolls within? Bassie had gotten her way, after all. Her plan had never been able to take something else, but to smuggle herself in. Stay quiet, or else the people outside will spot you. There isn't much room inside the crate, so it's a tight squeeze. Their faces are practically pressed against each other. Even their hair tangles into a blonde mess. Therefore, even though she can't see anything in there, Phelan can still feel Bassie secretly turn her head away. This is message number 3752. Darling, You said to stay quiet. I am being very quiet. I know what I'm doing. Okay, then I can talk too. I'll be very quiet. Fine, you can talk, but be quiet for a bit. I need to finish recording this message first. Is it for the commander? Yup. I want in too. No, this is personal private conversation between Darling and me. But I miss the commander too. Also, the commander is my master, not your darling. Okay, fine. Quit pulling on my tail. Zoe said that people like you are called homewreckers. Oh, hi, Dora. Oh my god, Zoe. Nail on the head. Jesus fucking Christ. I wasn't expecting that. You've always been trying to keep Master to yourself and set me up. Quit biting me. If you want to leave a message, you can do it too. Anyway, we'll be meeting Darling soon, so I'll let this slide. We've been bad friends for 10 years after all. Toxic friendship confirmed. 10 years. It's been 10 years since I last saw Master. Why are you crying? God, you're hopeless. You should be angry. Angry at the people in the agreement that drove Darling away from us. That's why we can't let them get away with it. I'm sure Darling is trying his best to come back to us. When the time comes, I'll let you sit on a chair and watch us from the side. Bastie wants to put Phelan in the cuck chair. Why are you still biting me? But will Master really be happy about this? Aren't the things we're doing going to cause Master trouble? You know Darling loves me, right? We were all lovey-dovey back in Griffin, so I'm sure he'll welcome me back tenderly. But doesn't Master love all of us? He's the nicest to me, though. We aren't going to get anywhere arguing about this, so let's leave it aside for now. Oh, and by the way, it's totes between I'm certain. I'm right and not because I can't win. In any case, Darling, in other words, the commander, would never have left us on purpose. I'm sure the brass must have threatened him or something, but even then, he used the agreement to give us our freedom. That must be part of Darling's hidden plan. Master's plan? There's no point in just waiting for Darling to come back like you did. That's because what Darling wants is for us to find him. However, just searching for Darling isn't enough. No, we need to pose the question, what can we do for Darling? After all, Darling is super popular, so there are going to be many dolls around him apart from you and me. In that case, how can I ensure that I'm number one in Darling's heart? The answer is simple, by making contributions. I don't think Master would mind. I don't care what my position is as long as I get to stay with him. Well, you're right in that he probably wouldn't be bothered by that. However, I'm sure all those homewrecker hussies like... Oh my god. Oh my god. Macchiato, GD DSR 50. I'm pretty sure that's Lorelei. GD DSR, yeah, Lorelei. Oh yeah, that's Lorelei. Yeah. So Macchiato, Lorelei, Klukai. They don't share that sentiment. They've been eyeing Darling for a long time too. So I'm sure they'll be thinking of some way to break the agreement and get close to Darling. 2 of those 3 have already beaten you to the punch. Takes one to know one. Therefore, as a good girl, I have to prepare a generous dowry. That way, Darling can openly propose to me and shut all those other dolls up. Darling will be delighted and he won't find it troublesome at all. Got it? Phelan doesn't answer. However, Basti can feel her clenching her fists and nodding. Even though Phelan's not willing to share her feelings, Basti can tell that they both feel the same way about the commander. GRG-41, Phelan, had desperately tried to keep her squad going as its final member, despite everyone else leaving. She remained in a griffin that no longer resembled those bright days, holding a loathsome vigil for the commander. There's nobody else who better understands Basti's feelings. This is message number 3752. But is it really okay to do this to Lydia? I mean, she's Miss Della's... Basti rolls her eyes. You know, ever since Darling left, I've been recording these messages every day. There were only 2 days when I didn't. Which days were those? The day Della saved me and the day Della died. The inside of the crate falls silent for a while. If I had met Miss Della, neither of us would be here today. Yeah, even now, the fact that she saved me still feels a little hard to believe. I told myself that I'd only ever be nice to Darling. That ended up with me digging around in a rubbish heap, searching for scraps to keep myself running. But Della said, just come with me. You can still hang on to the freedom that person gave you. Lydia is a member of Miss Della's family, though. You do realize she made fun of Della, right? Besides, you didn't even give Della's keepsake to her, did you? You held on to it right until the end, even though you neglected your own frame maintenance. I don't plan to give it to anyone. Not even Zoe, unless she grows up. But Zoe's growing up really quickly. Yeah, humans sure are interesting. I can't believe she's grown so much in just a few years' time. Zoe knows how to pickpocket, run cons, hack computers, and even be a gang leader. That's a far cry from you, Phelan, considering you don't even know how to comb your own hair. Sure I do. I just prefer that feeling when Master does it for me. Why do you ask me to do it? Because you do a better job of it than me. Speaking of which, I keep thinking that Miss Della wouldn't have approved of how Zoe turned out. Well, it can't be helped. She went and kicked the bucket after all. That meant the job of raising Zoe went to a bad kitty like me. And you know there's no way I could let her become a boring blockhead like Lydia would have wanted. While I'm sure Miss Delia would have wanted Zoe to be a good girl, Zoe formed the bugs to help all those orphanage kids. I think both Miss Della and Master would approve of that. That's because Zoe's doing what she believes in, just as they did. The crate suddenly shakes. Someone has picked it up and begins moving forward. The show is about to start. How are you feeling? Excited? Are we really going to do this? That's a beacon, you know. It's probably one of the most valuable things in the Yellow Zone. We can do it. Maybe not in the past, but we can definitely do it now. Much as I hate Lydia, an airborne beacon is really something else. Once the bugs hacks into its systems, they can free it from Connection's grasp and take control of its movements. We'll have total information freedom in the Yellow Zone. We can find Darling or do whatever we want. I asked just now, but Lydia's going to be really mad, right? Well, she deserves it. Just look at those people in town, toiling day and night. Lydia makes money off their work and squeezes them for more. Once the bugs take control of a beacon, they'll have a chance to bridge that vast gap Connection has in the communications field. That'll improve the lives of a lot of people. Would Miss Della be happy about it? Of course she would. So cheer up, girl. We're going to put the finishing touches on our 10 years of hard work. Also, once we have the beacon, the bugs will have fulfilled their dream of obtaining a weapon they can use to show their capabilities. They'll take over the network Della left behind, build an intelligence network, and make enough money to feed themselves. They'll also be able to help Darling like we can. At that time, we'll have kept the promise you made to Della. And I might be able to prove to Darling that I'm still a useful doll. Will Master praise Phelan? Will he pat my head? Basti hesitates for a moment, though it's not because she's petty enough to get jealous of Phelan over such a trivial thing. Rather, it's because she knows that there's only one thing that's kept her going so far. The sole conviction that's kept her mind from completely breaking down after the commander left her is her imagination. However, she wants that outcome more than anyone else, and so she will believe in herself more than anyone else. Of course! Come on, let's leave Darling a message while we're free. Can I join too? Yeah, let's do it together. This is message number 3752. Unlike all the others, there's a super clingy person here today. Come, say hello to Darling. Master, can I call you Darling too? Hell no! In an empty room, suddenly the window slides open. Dushavnaya and Phytusa climb in from the outside. Dushavnaya has a heavy-looking sack slung over her shoulder in a very suspicious manner. She heads over to the bed before putting it down. I still think this is bad. I can't believe we actually stole the frames. It's their fault for not guarding the warehouse. Plus, the crate with the frames in it was a super obvious place. We shouldn't have done that. The commander's definitely going to be mad at me. Don't be mad at me, Commander. It was all Nixie's fault. Shut up. Also, he's already a wanted criminal. You think this is going to bother him? In any case, let's check the frames we got. I don't think we managed to get 100, but at least we didn't have to pay for them. Don't you worry. I was super careful on the way back. I definitely didn't go bumping into stuff. I just hope it'll make life better for the others in the community. The moment they open the bag, Dushavnaya and Sweeper's eyes cloud over in confusion. The items in the bag vaguely resemble 10 doll frames, but as the dolls themselves, they can immediately tell that there are 10 doll frame shells stuffed with a certain devices. Esteemed strategist, may I know what these items are? I don't know either. My frame was manufactured by SF, and it's nothing like these. Their structure looks very weird though. Could it be that the latest model of doll frames? That's got to be it. Looks like this was what those people were trying to steal. I'm sure Supreme Leader and Helen will be delighted with this. No, that ain't it. The internal structure of these frames is very simple. They don't look like pieces of sophisticated machinery or anything. More importantly, they don't have any artificial muscle fiber bundles or any organic parts installed. Rather, they look more like purely mechanical frames. Oh, I get it now. The maker of these frames must have been a big fan of the Sangvis Fairy design philosophy. I can't wait to see what these frames can do. Hold your horses, Nixie. These aren't doll frames at all. Even the external shells are imitations. These are just containers made to look like doll frames, and what they contain are probably bombs. I knew it! This was a trap set for us! The commander's enemies did that. They set this trap for us. Eh? Damn it. This has the fingerprints of a high-end predictive strategic AI all over it. The enemy knew we'd come here on behalf of the doll community. They knew we'd come here to acquire frames with the commander. I mean, for our guest undertaking. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Looks like we've lost this clash of brains. But who's clashing with who here? How could an AI predict what you and Dushavnaya did? Even I didn't expect you to just bring them back here, you know. Right. Let us go ask Helen. She's got a lot of experience. I'm sure she'll be able to tell if their frames are bombs. You're going to talk to Miss Helen? It feels like we're going to get scolded. But that might be the best way to handle this. Just ask her not to tell the commander. Dushavnaya quickly makes a call. Dushavnaya? Is that you? Oh, you. Didn't I tell you to never shut off your communicator? What happened? Are you in danger? Helen! This is an emergency SOS! Well, seeing as you're so energetic, I doubt you caused too much trouble, am I wrong? What happened? Could you help us check these frames? Strategist said they were filled with bombs, while War Master said they were high-end SF frames. I was just kidding. War Master, I thought you were on my side. Yes, and I regret it now. If I had known things would end up like this, I should have just done it myself in the auction lot warehouse. What's this about auctions and warehouses? Sweeper, Faitusa, what have you done with my precious Dushavnaya? You know this is an important time for the commander. This is terribly irresponsible. But it was all for the good of the doll community. We didn't do anything wrong. It's not my fault. I tried to stop them, Miss Helen. Please don't ruin the commander's impression of me. That's not important at the moment. Tell me right now. Is your current situation dangerous? Is the surrounding area safe? Are you far away from large gatherings of people? I guess we're safe at the moment. We're currently at the inn, going through the spoils of war. Spoils of war? How did you get these items? What connection do they have to you? How should I put it? It's kind of a long story. Save it. Can you tell us what these things are? Alright, move closer. Now reveal what's inside. Stop! Don't touch it any further. What's going on? Did I infringe on some taboo? Judging by the exposed detonators, it looks like military-grade C4 plastic explosive that have been rigged for remote detonation. How many of these fake frames are there? I think there's a dozen or so of them. That's enough to blow an entire building sky high. I knew it was a trap. I told you we shouldn't have taken them. Don't get mad, don't get mad. We're in front of Miss Helen right now. Given the quantity of the explosives here, blowing them up on sight is pretty much impossible. Forgive me, Faitusa, but I might have to inform the commander about this matter. Alright, I understand. But since it's so serious, what should we do now? For starters, I need more information. Please examine the items according to my upcoming instructions. Meanwhile, I need to know more details about the situation. Dushavnaya? Okay, I got it. Boss, everything's set. The swap went off without a hitch. We swapped a crate of frames with fakes filled with C4. I just saw a cute little delivery girl move it to their HQ building. What now? Should we proceed with the next step? What you've done so far has secured a promotion and a bright future for yourself. But what comes next is the true test. I'm going to bring you into their HQ. You know what to do next, right? Yes, enter the beacon control center and install the generator. Pore over the details. The top brass will not tolerate failure. We'll never get a chance like this again. In particular, make sure you plant the explosives on the locations highlighted by the engineers. We need to ensure the beacon control center is completely destroyed. Got it, boss. I'll treat it like it's the most important thing in my life. This is the most important thing in your life. While Uncle Zimmerman can be very generous, he hates useless people. We recently lost Mokosh, and it was an important location in the yellow zone for us. The year's performance metrics are going to look very bad if we can't deal with Port Mika. You sure you should be telling me all that? It's so you understand just how important this is. The reason Connection can sit pretty in this chaotic world is they have a direct line to the upper echelons of the URNC. If we destroy this beacon control center and sever Port Mika's contact with the outside world, they'll be mere lambs to the slaughter. If Uncle Zimmerman's willing to invest in a bunch of Yellow Zone rabble, he'll treat his capable people well. But you need to do well enough that people can't ignore it. Then I'll have some justification to put in a good word for you. Makes sense, right? Carl hangs up. Then he adjusts his outfit before returning to the meeting room like nothing happened. The auction had ended, and the guests are talking in their tiny cliques. Carl makes a beeline for Lydia. Lady Lydia, if my recollection serves, we talked about how we should visit Connection's HQ sometime. Oh yes, I haven't forgotten, of course. I was waiting for your schedule to free up. Well, now would be a perfect time, no? In fact, I was wondering what to fill with the rest of my day with. Carl and Lydia exchange smiles, but they each know the other is full of it. Visiting the HQ, that topic never came up before. Given the circumstances, however, the lie has become quite convenient, and thus it becomes the truth. Please come with me. I'll give you a night to remember. Cat in a box. You'll never know what's inside until you open it. Schrodinger's cat. Ayo. Alright, time to go over the plan. Make sure you take notes. Our objective is the Beacon Control Center. It's Lydia's precious pearl, said to be the biggest one on Earth. As one of the major control hubs for the Yellow Zone communications, getting into the beacon here requires the highest level of administrator access. Trying to crack it from the outside will require mil-spec hardware, manpower, and several months. So we'll be sneaking to the Beacon Control Center? That's right! See this little device over here? Zoe made it beforehand. All we need to do is plug it into the Beacon Control Center, and Bugs will be able to access it remotely. As for the rest, we can leave it to Zoe. Got it. This was a real simple plan. No. The plan is simple, but the execution is tricky. We can't be discovered too early, so a direct assault is right out. Now, I believe we've been dumped in a warehouse somewhere. First we get out. Suddenly, their crate shakes. It seems someone is moving it. Huh? Why is the crate moving again? Darling once said that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, so we better off calming down and resolving the issue. Shh, listen, there's someone taken outside. Boss, I've got the crate. I've already scouted the route from here to the Beacon Control Center. I can get in there in 5 minutes without anyone noticing me. The corporate henchman has successfully snuck into Connections Corporation's HQ because he's pretending to be Mr. Carl's bodyguard. Nobody has given him any trouble. He's made very thorough preparations, such as buying the guards off and finding blind spots in the security camera network. All obstacles in this way have been eliminated. And now his mission has officially begun. The henchman loads the heavy crate onto the trolley and pushes it toward the most distinctive tower on the premises. Said tower is the Beacon Control Center, the signature structure of Connections HQ. For security reasons, normal employees aren't allowed to so much as approach it. However, the fact ends up playing right into the henchman's hands. Driven by visions of wealth, he exerts himself harder than ever before, as he deftly maneuvers the crate past all the sensors and security cameras in his way. Finally, he reaches a solid metal door. Greetings, your voice print ID, please. Clearly, more picks will not work unless on this sophisticated electronic lock. Going around doesn't seem practical either. It seems this is a hurdle you must overcome to get into the Beacon Control Center. With no other recourse, the thug pulls out his communicator. Boss, I ran into a bit of trouble. I can't open the door leading to the Beacon Control Center. It needs a voice print ID. Can you help me out, boss? Carl snaps his fingers in what seems to be a casual gesture. However, it is a coded signal meaning affirmative. He happens to be having a casual chat with Lydia at the moment. Naturally, the latter hasn't noticed the microtransceiver tucked behind Carl's ear. Here's to you, Mr. Carl. Thank you for your gift. They clink their glasses and Carl drowns the contents of his glass in one gulp. A mere trifle. It's been a pleasure working with you, Lydia. The location services you provided last time helped me make a tidy sum. In fact, it was a critical factor in earning my superior's trust. I also see many opportunities in you, which is why we should continue working together. I can assure you of an ever-increasing stream of returns in the future. Of course, I believe you'll keep your word. Do you believe in me or the person behind me? There's a slight edge to Carl's words. They both know how the outside world views Carl, that he is a failed playboy, a stray dog that Mr. Zimmerman took in for old time's sake. Mr. Carl, you were born in the White Zone, weren't you? What do you think of the Yellow Zone? I see many opportunities here. Ho ho ho! But the look on your face betrays what you really think. Indeed, this is a place where crude and barbaric people gather. But they are only crude and barbaric because instead of pursuing higher education and more refined goals, they spent their time finding food in the wilderness and keeping their families from freezing to death. Should I praise their tenacity, then? They don't need our praise or our table scraps. If they had the same network access as the people in the green or even the white zones, if they had their education, they might be more pleasing to your eyes. My father once thought of working with the corporations to develop telecommunication services in the Yellow Zone, allowing its residents to enjoy basic communications free of charge. However, he was turned down. If I'm not wrong, back then he was rejected by the Gerard Group, the one your father worked for. My father was a conservative man, I believe. I'm not saying that to put you on the spot, What I'm trying to say is that once certain people make enough money, they feel guilty and try to make amends through charity. But that's just a way to balance out their gains. What is needed to change the current state of affairs is not mere benevolence, but true opportunity. When such an opportunity presents itself, not even the corporations can ignore it. Also, I must thank you for demonstrating vision and decisiveness beyond that of your father. Not every young master of the White Zone would come to Port Mika, so I'm glad to work with you, no matter who your backer might be. Carl stares hard into Lydia's eyes, hoping to see a crack in her noble facade. However, Lydia's mask is impenetrable. What do you think of Port Mika? It's a nice place. It's quite prosperous for a small border town. This HQ facility, for example, already matches the standards of green zones, or even higher. When my father was in charge, that was not the case. The mayor was corrupt and pocketed a lot of tax money. He bribed the URNC commissioner and cut back on the public security budget, which led to high crime rates. Therefore, after I inherited my father's business, I got rid of that mayor and took control of all municipal affairs here. After that, this place has become what it is now. I started by solving basic issues like water, electricity, and healthcare, then security. I believe there is only one aspect that hasn't been properly dealt with. And what's that? Education. Education? Well, I disagree with my father on many things. I believe, as he did, that education can change people and places. If this joint venture is successful, I would like to open a lifelong learning school here. There are many orphans in Port Mika. There ought to be a place to take them and turn them into useful people. You like children? I loathe them. Then it seems we are of one mind. I guess I misread you. I held the impression that you like kids very much. Well, it's for business reasons. Taking those brats out of circulation will lower security costs and ensure a supply of cheap workers in the future. Such foresight! I could stand to learn from your vision. And now a toast to Lydia, and to the Port Mika we shall witness. The glasses clink and Carl downs yet another drink. He's going through them a little too quickly. Back then, I thought I'd drown in the depths, but that person saved me. Not only did that person give me a second life, but they also persuaded Uncle Zimmerman to give me a second chance. After meeting that person, I realized just how shallow and dissipated I was. Though they were younger than me, they shone so much more brightly. I couldn't help but bend the knee to that great leader's charisma. That is good to hear. Therein lies an implication. That all of us have the potential for a glorious future. Now that I have been granted a new lease in life, I don't care what people call me. Let them label me a dog or Mr. Zimmerman, or a lowly criminal. I only wish to devote myself to a greater cause. The profligate of the past is dead. I don't need to hide my wasted life with a glamorous facade. I simply want to climb ever higher and see what sights I've never seen before. And I must thank you for that, Lydia. You are my second savior, an angel descending from the heavens. You flatter me, Carl. But I mean it, every word. When the airborne beacon takes flight tomorrow, Lydia, you will accomplish something that even the conglomerate could not. Many companies have been working on airborne beacons, but only Connections has passed the URNC's rigorous trials and met the standards for use in the Yellow Zone. That is truly remarkable. Really now. Come now, such modesty is unbecoming. You know better than I do that this is a great opportunity to change the face of communications in the Yellow Zone. On the one hand, the purification projects, frontier development companies, and various corporations are all eager to expand the boundaries of communications. Connection signal coverage encompasses all of theirs. This flips the balance of supply and demand and places the initiative during negotiations in our hands. On the other hand, aerial beacons create an unprecedented intelligence advantage in complex situations. That means the military would be desperate to acquire it, just like... By now, you know how much I need you, right? Just tell me, Carl. What do you want me to do for you? I want you to get rich. I want you to build more signal beacons, and then I want you to build them into a worldwide system. That will take time. Currently, they can only be produced at Port Mika, and we need the radiation conditions of the Yellow Zone to build and test the engine systems. The cost to construct similar production lines in other areas will be massive. Lydia! You still don't consider me a true friend. Carl fills another glass and downs the whole thing. As you know, I have ample funding and manpower that I can share with you. Money is always useful. If you invest in me, it will help convince my shareholders to raise production in our coverage. That's why I'm here. The conglomerate would like a share of the profits. A sizable share to be sure, but they'll match it with an equally sizable outlay. Lydia smiles. This is exactly the kind of situation she's been hoping for. Whoever Carl's backer is, Carl is mortally afraid of failing them, or perhaps failing them again. That suits her just fine. Lydia needs money, and she's not picky about where it comes from. It seems a great partnership is in the cards for us. The climate now isn't too suitable for a deal, but we can celebrate in advance. Yes, yes, let's celebrate. They clink glasses again. Carl is having trouble controlling his hand, and he very nearly smashes both glasses with that gesture. After tipping his head back and finishing the glass, he shakily rises to his feet and walks over to the wine rack by the window. I like this wine, Lydia. May I crack it open? Oh, that's a 46% cognac. Are you sure you can handle it? Are you kidding me? Do I look drunk? Yes. I'm just so happy. With such a view of unfolding before her, Lydia finds herself relaxing for the first time in a long while. She can set aside all her meticulous calculations and watch a man engage in pointless bravado, just like on the summer nights when she was but a student. Well, my drinks are there to entertain my friends. I'm no Scrooge. Go ahead, open it. Open it. Carl's ears catch that phrase. He knows his earpiece has also captured it. Did he do it? He can hear cheering and the sounds of fireworks, the sound of women squealing in delight, the sound of his father applauding him from the stage. He pops a bottle of champagne, and foam bursts from the brim. He celebrates with all his might, celebrating his cruise liner weighing anchor at sea. He's starting to get tired. The ceiling spins overhead like helicopter blades. Then he closes his eyes and lets himself fall into darkness. The corporate henchman presses the communicator against the code lock, and then he finally hears those words. Open it. The metal door flashes a green light and opens. The henchman breathes a sigh of relief. He's done it. We did it, boss. The door is open. There's no response from the other side of the communicator. Only a barely audible glug-glug sound. It seems Carl has given his all to achieve his aims. A tragic determination wells up in the henchman's heart. There he makes a solemn vow to succeed. And so the henchman pries the crate open. Surprise! With a melodious exclamation, the two tactical dolls spring out of the crate. It's just funny we're using like the same two maps over and over. Just different lighting, different positions. Premium bodyguard. Kablamo. I'm wondering why Linny doesn't go up a little first. Why she use her ult just on the spot. What kind of problems did you say we might face? Let me see. Ah, there's none at all. Thanks for bringing us in, you right dumbass. Bassie kicks the unconscious corporate henchman aside, then heads over to the densely packed machinery inside the beacon control center. Hello? Zoe, are you there? Did you fall asleep? I'm here. The bugs are ready and waiting. The rest is up to you, so hurry and make your steps, Twinkle Toes. I'm just hacking the firewall of the Yellow Zone's biggest telecom provider. You'll be fine. Such confidence. Have confidence. No confidence. Ugh. Speaking of confidence, plug. Given what we gathered, you've probably been caught up in a terrorist attack. Contrary to Sweeper's claim, it's not targeted at the doll community or the commander. Do you have any guesses as who the attacker might be? It was probably those two dolls who sat opposite us. That wicked little blondie is probably capable of any and all manner of evil deeds. Doesn't seem like it to me. They're too high profile. If you ask me, that pickpocketing brat from yesterday is a more likely suspect. I heard a voice over the loudspeakers before the power cut out. Zoe would never do bad things like that. You're even calling her by her name. Are you friends with her or something? I just know, okay? And besides, it would really be hard for a kid to get explosives like that. Let's try to think more simply. We stole these items from the auction lot warehouse. Isn't the auction organizer the most likely suspect? Lydia! But she's already the sovereign of Port Mika. Who would she want to attack? Alright, stop fighting. I have a new clue here. I checked the logistics movement info for Port Mika. Most of the goods have complete documentation from their points of origin, so mixing contraband in is difficult. While the small scale makes it managing things easier, the fact that the security here is on the level of a green zone is quite remarkable. However, there is one exception to this. Last night, a vehicle from the outside entered Port Mika without any form of vetting or inspection. My guess is that's the source of these explosives. Oh, a shining beacon has appeared to pave a brave new world. If we can determine the origins of that vehicle, we'll be able to determine the true identity of the forces of darkness. That's what I was thinking. However, we didn't manage to learn much. All we know is that it was a delivery truck registered to Molnia Logistics. The owner's name is Sakura. Achoo! It's not often you see a doll sneezing. I heard that people sneeze when others talk behind their backs. Could the commander be missing me? Or maybe someone's putting your name on a wanted list. How could that be? Senpai, you're such a kidder, and a bad one at that. You are kidding me, right? Who knows? I'm fully prepared for you to get struck by any and all kinds of bad luck. Well, it's true that this mission was very sudden, but all the packages we delivered so far have been perfectly normal. Let's wrap up this quick and head back to the commander's place. Don't bother looking for her. The three of us came to Port Mika on Sakura's truck. There's a long silence from the other side of the line. So you're saying Sakura is an ex-Griffin doll? Now that you mention it, I think Springfield mentioned this before. That poor girl. I've never heard Helen sound so tired before. Alright, I'm going to place my trust that you didn't take some kind of blow-up Port Mika mission. Looks like the real criminal didn't leave any obvious incriminating evidence behind. In that case, it means they must have their own avenues for bringing items in. Apart from government channels, the only other ways are through Set, Fabin, and Connection. No. You can't get involved any further in this matter. I think the best way to handle the situation is to alert the local administration, then return to the community now. So we'll be contacting Lydia? Yes. She can do much more than you. You need her help. But if she reacts badly, if she doesn't want to help solve the problem, then things might be worse than we imagined. If that happens, you need to get away immediately and destroy the explosives in the wilderness. Bear in mind that these explosives can cause tremendous damage, so you need to be careful. I'm going to inform the commander now and have him send up some help over, so keep the comms channel clear. After Helen hangs up, Dushavnaya looks down at the communicator in hand, unsure what to do next. That kind of pisses me off. So he's sending someone over. What, he doesn't think we can handle it ourselves? We can't, can we? Looks like we'll have to inconvenience Helen and the commander. I'm no hero. I'm just a great big dork. Don't think that way, Dushavnaya. Thanks to us, they have a chance to stop something terrible from happening. Doesn't that count as a hero's work too? Actually, I think the commander might praise us now. Yeah! Let's go contact that Lydia lady right away. That way, we'll be able to resolve this crisis. But how can we contact her? I don't think we have her number or anything. I think she said she was in charge of all of Port Mika. In other words, we should be able to reach her eventually no matter who we contact. That makes sense, strategist! Dushavnaya takes out the services brochure that the hotel gave them. There's an emergency contact number on it. Dushavnaya starts by calling the emergency hotline. Hello, something the matter? Hello, I'd like to speak to Lydia, please. Lady Lydia? If you want a job, you can just call Connection. The other side hangs up on her. DOVA soon finds the customer service hotline for Connection. Greetings. How can I help you today? I'm looking for Lydia. Can you put me through to Lydia? I apologize, but we cannot provide such services. If you would like to arrange a meeting with the CEO, please file an official meeting request through the business department. Once it is approved, you'll have to provide a complete list of assets and identification. After that, you will have to wait for the CEO's secretary to contact you to discuss the details of the meeting. Wait a minute! That's too many steps! I can't remember all that. What was the first step again? That would be filing an official meeting request through the business department. How do I contact them? Oh, they're off work now. You'll have to wait until tomorrow and try again. That's no good! We can't wait that long! Who else is still around? Give me all the reachable numbers you have.
次の目標を教えてください。
Under the undercurrents. When you're drowning, you can glimpse the true form of the iceberg. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Carl is awakened by the sunshine, shining into his eyes. His head hurts. After getting up from where he's lying on the ground, he realizes that someone has thrown a wool rug over him. He recognizes his surroundings. This is Lydia's office. Apparently, he got blackout drunk last night. The room is completely unfamiliar, and he doesn't remember coming here. The only thing he remembers is the half-finished bottle of cognac on the desk. There's a note next to it. You look cute while asleep. Don't get up too late. See you at the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Carl makes a sudden realization. This is probably the biggest embarrassment of his life as a proper businessman. Still, he doesn't mind. Embarrassing himself in front of Lydia doesn't mean anything, because she won't be in a position to mock him for much longer. Since his henchman has opened the door to the beacon control center, the explosives are probably set by now. Carl turns on his communicator, but he doesn't see the mission accomplished message he was hoping for. Hello, how did it turn out? He makes a call, but there's no answer. Hello? Hello? Carl senses something went terribly wrong, and his heart lurches. He keeps telling himself to stop, calm down, and think rationally. There's no way he'd be sleeping peacefully in Lydia's office if his scheme was exposed. In short, the situation's not great, but it's not terrible either. Carl sprints towards the beacon control center. I just finished talking with Miss Mailing. She found a place for us to dispose of the explosives. I also memorized how to detonate them remotely. DOVA, let's blow up the explosives first. Just one more call. I've almost gotten through to Lydia. That's what you said 3 hours ago. See, even Nixie's fallen asleep. But it's really happening this time. DOVA has been making calls all night. Right now, she's calling the last number on the list. Hello, I'd like to speak to Lydia, please. Who is this? How'd you get this number? I don't remember. It was probably from the business department security's cousin or that retired granny from marketing. In any case, I'm sure you can help us contact Lydia. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In Port Mika, everyone wants Lady Lydia to do something for them, but not everyone deserves the right to make direct contact with her. While she does care for everybody, she's not a saint who will help people for free. Her time is linked to everyone's prosperity, and is not to be casually used on prank calls from unknown numbers. Wait! I have something important to tell her! Port Mika is currently in great danger! Danger? Apart from a gang of mischievous kids playing pranks on others, Port Mika has not had any serious criminals in a long time. If you ask me, you're the danger here. How can you say that when you don't know anything? You say I don't know anything? I was a sheriff of this town 15 years ago. Lady Lydia now employs me as one of her servants, but I'm still fully aware of every single movement made in Port Mika. She isn't just a businesswoman, she truly intends to turn this messy little town into a cutting-edge technology park. Is that so? Then I'm sure you know about the C4. There's a deep sigh from the other side of the line. There's nothing dangerous of the sort in Port Mika. Yeah, no. I have some right now. That's enough to blow half the town sky high. Say what? Right, understand. State your terms. I'll let Lady Lydia know. What's your aim? Intimidation? Blackmail? How much do you want? It's none of that. I'm just trying to do a good deed by reporting a crime. You have to believe me. Port Mika really is in great danger. Alright then. In that case, I'll give you an address. Head there right now with the dangerous items you described. We'll discuss the rest when we meet. Alright, we did it. Zoe excitedly bounces in her chair. There's a long string of characters in the center of the screen. This is the cipher key for the Beacon Control Center's command systems. You're awesome, big sis. You really did it. This is the cipher key for the Beacon Control Center. It's the most complex thing on the planet. Does this mean we can broadcast commands to the entire network? For example, sending the Bugs logo to everyone? I think sending out Big Sis's sleep talking would be better. Zoe pants heavily and slumps back into her chair. She's been up all night working on this, but after the excitement passes, she's left completely drained. It wasn't just excitement over a hard-won victory that filled her, but also heart-pounding palpitations and a feeling close to dread. It's just like the first time she grabbed Phelan's gun to fool around. She feels like she's grasped something beyond her control. Thanks for the hard work, Zoe. How is it? Can we transfer control permissions over the airborne beacon now? Not just yet, but leave that part to me. Right now, what you need to do is rest. Don't burn yourself out. Zoe is as meek as a lamb in front of Basti, because it was Basti that taught her how to be defiant in the first place. She stands up from her chair and stretches herself while looking around. It's then that she realized just how terrible her living space is. It's so damn hot and the room's a mess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Looks like I finished 7 cans of coffee. I'm all out. Right, since everything went well, there might be a celebration party later. Can't leave all this crap lying around. I need to tidy up. Several minutes later, Zoe leaves the house with a big bag of trash in hand. The morning sunlight is warm, the breeze is cool, and this walk is a comfort that surpasses all words. Zoe's in a great mood. Just about everything she sees is pleasing to her eye, be it the scattered houses, the people moving back and forth. Suddenly, something very annoying comes into view. A pair of figures, one white and one black, are weaving through the crowd. The one in front seems to have a heavy sack over her shoulder. The 2 dolls who caught her yesterday. The corner of Zoe's mouth curls up in a smile. She quickens her pace and catches up with them. She recites her 2 principles in her heart. First, any elements of chance must be eliminated before the plan can succeed. Second, she always remembers a grudge and she hates to lose out. Zoe, it's me. I've got a message for all Bugs. Those 2 dorks who busted me last time just showed up. Ow, my leg. My leg. Why are there so many people on the street? We've been waiting at every intersection. It's probably because people are going to work. I've heard of the thing called the morning peak. It seems very similar to what we're seeing now. Whew. I've been carrying this sack since yesterday. My waist is getting a little sore. Is that so? Let me give you a quick checkup. Just put the sack down for now. Why don't you just carry it for me? I'll take the sack for you later. As the 2 of them talk, neither of them notice several small figures pushing a cart over to them. The cart contains a sack that looks just like the one at Dusha Naya's feet. So, you're the ones who made the call. I didn't expect this half-self-proclaimed hero to be such a unique doll. And here I thought the names like hero and strategist were code names in an organization or something. The situation really is bad. Port Mika is under threat from the forces of evil. Behold, the dangerous explosives in this bag is our proof. So you're saying that somebody wants to use these explosives to attack Port Mika. But how did they end up in your hands? We got them from the auction lot warehouse last night. Are you talking about the warehouse for Lady Lydia's auction? The warehouse is strictly forbidden to unauthorized personnel. Are you aware that your actions constitute unlawful entry? We didn't touch anything. This is the only thing we took. And that would be theft. No, it's not. Things back then were really complicated, and we fought with the guards, and we had no choice, so... And that's assaulting a police officer with a deadly weapon. Don't worry about important stuff like that. The most important thing right now is the explosives. Who's the mastermind? Are there any more explosives? You need to look into this right away and deal with it. Unimportant, you say? First, fine, just show me the explosives. Dusha Naya hands the sack over. The servant opens to it. He looks at the contents, lets out a cold chuckle. I see. So you're from the Bugs then, ladies. I didn't expect their numbers to grow, certainly not by welcoming dolls. Arrest them. Hey, what? Look out! They're moving in! Wow, you got swindled. You got swindled by a bunch of kids. Alright. And the boss is dead.
オーガスはまだまだ現役だよ。千軍万馬の勢いよご拝聴です。
This is bad. War Master, the worst has come to pass. Yeah, I noticed. They had a discussion before they came here. If Lydia's people started acting strange, that would mean they were the real masterminds. In other words, there would be nobody they could trust in Port Mika, so they'd have to stop the conspiracy by themselves. We need to seize the initiative. Let's start by taking all the enemies down, then capturing this building. No, wait! Weren't we supposed to contact Helen? We can't let them look down on us anymore. I'd feel bad if I bothered Helen about everything. There's no way out for us from the moment we uncovered her conspiracy. Do it! Lydia's servants are completely unprepared for the two T-Dolls' all-out attack. How unruly! This is a critical period for this town, and Lady Lydia, would it kill you to rein yourselves in a little? She's not even here. What do you think you're trying to scare by mentioning her? Damn it! How could mere dolls be so... In the blink of an eye, the jet-black tactical doll is in the man's face. She slams the hilt of her sword into the bridge of his nose. He's still trying to persuade them right up until the moment he passes out. Are these doll frames? They must be really valuable. Those two dolls were protecting him like treasure, right? Could they be super high-end doll frames? Zoe puts on her earpiece and begins talking excitedly. Great news, Big Sis. We found something good for Big Sis Basti and Big Sis Phelan. Big Sis Phelan's body has been a real pain to maintain, but she might not have to worry about that anymore. Well done, you guys. Oh yeah, what'd you swap them with? Hehe, you remember that monument that got demolished with the words Lydia's a pig all over it? We saved the best parts of it. Cipher key authenticated. To access administrator privileges, please provide voice print verification. Two-factor authentication, huh? Well, I expected as much. Unfortunately, neither of us are good at electronic warfare. Basti has a grave expression on her face. Can we get the bugs to handle the voice print thing? The only way is if Zoe can learn how to talk like Lydia. Do you think they sound alike? Heck no. But then what should we do? If only we recorded her earlier. Voice print locks are easy to crack. After a moment of deliberation, Basti brings her hands together in realization. Well, looks like there's only one thing we can do. What is it? We're going to kidnap Lydia. Huh? I mean, I can follow the logic, but feels like it's going to be a lot harder than you think it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tears of the Thorn. Oh, Tears of the Thorn. Roses always hurt the ones they love. Carl hurries over, looking worn out from his journey. His heart rate of 140 compounds the headache from his hangover, but it's suppressed by his surging adrenaline. Currently, he's looking at a very strange sight. The door to the beacon control center is wide open. There's nothing inside except for his henchman, who lies unconscious against a nearby wall. Wake up. Wake up! Carl smacks him a few times. The henchman blearily blinks his eyes as he comes to. Then he shudders upon recognizing Carl. Bad news, boss. Something happened. I know something happened. Tell me what it is already. Stuff wasn't right. There wasn't C4 in the crate. Just dolls. Son of a bitch. Didn't you say we swapped the contents of the crate already? I did. But it wasn't the doll frames in there. It was fully activated tactical dolls. Someone must have taken them away after I put the explosives in and had the dolls hide in there. So it was tactical dolls? Something comes to Carl's mind. He turns to a nearby computer screen. It's displaying a strange logo. Bug. He understands now. The disturbance at the auction didn't end there. Both he and Lydia had been careless. Those thieves' patience and greed were far beyond what he had imagined. And now the bandits and thieves have raided the same household. What should we do now, boss? Is our cover blown? Carl ignores him. His attention is focused on the unassuming little device. It's roughly the size of his thumb and is plugged into an access port on operating terminal. The cute little key design on it looks completely out of place with the rest of the beacon control center. A transceiver and a hacking chip, huh? He begins contemplating the possibilities it implies. For starters, perhaps the opposition had their eyes on this place like he did. Hacking this place from the outside would be impossible. His own plan was to physically destroy the beacon control center. However, the other group had decided to find a way around that impassable, invincible defense. At this point, Carl's eyes suddenly light up. I need you to trace the signal source for this device. It's technically possible, but I'm not been able to narrow it down to the exact position in time. We have money. Can't we just buy the intel? That's a brilliant idea! Once you find whoever's behind this, make sure you take them alive. Do not let them die. Interesting. I can't believe those brats are so good at being bad. It's like they were born to be punks. They might not need your lifelong learning academy, Lady Lydia. War Master, we've locked all the servants into the dining room. The mansion is ours now. Well done, hero. You were born to be a prison guard. In any case, we don't have much time. We need to find proof about this conspiracy before Lydia comes back. The two dolls stride unopposed through the mansion. Soon they reach Lydia's study. Dushavnaya runs to the bookcase. The sight of the hundreds of books on the shelves leaves her at a loss for what to do next. Vaitusa connects to the room's internal network. Her electronic warfare skills have improved with the help of decryption tools from the Elmo. Take a look at this. Who's this Della person? Connection's internal data indicates that this Della has all the authorizations in the Enterprise system that Lydia does. It's like she's a copy of Lydia. No, Lydia's the copy of Della. Look at the permission issue dates. All of Della's entries are earlier. So, is this Della an alternate personality of Lydia's? You mean like you and I, Nixie? That can't be right. It's just someone else on equal terms with Lydia, right? Humans don't share power. I'm sure they must be deadly rivals. Think about it. Lydia owns all of Port Mika. She can give orders to everyone. There's no need for her to play games like this or hide explosives away. Unless there was someone who is more experienced, with greater authority than Lydia, keeping her down. And she's using these explosives to defeat her opponent. You mean Della? That's right. This is the true ugly face of human society. From what I can tell, Lydia's been gradually amassing power, but she's never been able to get out from under the thumb of her rival. So now she's just one step away from realizing her ambition. This is evil. Pure evil! I can't believe she's planning to blow up the city she ought to be protecting. So, should we do as Helen said and notify this Della, then wake up the guards from earlier? It's none of my business, but since we've been given this responsibility, we'll just go with that for now. Just then, the sound of talking comes from outside the study. Dushavnaya and Vaitusa jump in fright, since they never noticed anyone approaching. Let's make a bet, Phelan. I bet there's someone in this room, and it's not Lydia. Right after that, the door suddenly caves in. Fragments of metal hinges fly through the air like bullets. A pair of menacing gun barrels protrude through the now empty doorframe. See, it's my victory. Well, it's true, but how did you know? Nobody knows. Lydia better than I do. There were no guards in the way here. If this wasn't a trap, it means someone else already took care of them. It's you! You're the two blondies from the auction! Ah, yes, I certainly didn't expect to meet you again so soon. So who are you two? Why are you in Lydia's home? You especially, the one with the sword. You're from Sangvis Ferry, aren't you? I can smell it. Dushavnaya and Vaitusa can sense the hostility radiating from Basti. Their opponent has the upper hand, and the situation is very unfavorable. We're here to investigate some secret intel. Investigate? More like rob this place blind, I think. Did you get Lydia's permission to conduct your investigation? Her service invited us here. Then where are they? All the security guards in this place are gone, and there are no signs of fight downstairs. Kind of a barbaric way to pay a visit, don't you think? That's because... Who the hell are you? What right do you have to ask us those questions? Yeah, at least say why you came here first. Oh, we're intruders, and we're here to kidnap Lydia. The fact that you're so blatantly confessing to your sins indicates you must be a truly heinous villain. That's right. Also, I hate it when people cut in line in front of me. A gunshot thunders through the air. Basti attacks so fast one might think her gun had misfired. Dushavnaya dodges the bullet by turning her head to the side. The two of them scramble to return fire, but they're soon forced into a corner. Where's Lydia? I don't know either. You're lying. You're here for Lydia. No, we're here for the bombs. What bombs? Forget it. There's no point wasting more time. You must be Della's dogs, aren't you? Phelan's pupils contract sharply upon hearing the name Della. It's as though she suffered some unbearable provocation, because her previously half-hearted movements suddenly fill with purpose and speed. Basti reaches out to grab her, as though she knew the other doll would get mad. Then she smiles. However, it is a wicked smile that sends chill down the spines of onlookers. You know about Della? That's right, there's no point hiding it. We know about her relationship with Lydia. Then what's your role in all of this? Since you're all dolls, someone must be giving you orders, right? Huh. We just want to get all this crap over with. Yeah, wouldn't things be settled easily if Della could just meet with Lydia? Upon hearing this, Basti stops holding Phelan back. Get them. Looks like Della's no better than Lydia. You are courting death. Basti and Phelan suddenly launch an attack that's far more ferocious than before. It's as though they switched to some kind of total annihilation combat mode. Wait! We don't want to fight! That's too bad, because we do. Dushavnaya and Phytusa are caught completely off guard by this. They thought that mentioning Della would calm them down, but they never expected it to have the completely opposite effect. Of particular note is the fact that while Dushavnaya doesn't recognize the two dolls before, she feels a strange sense of familiarity with them. The terrain here is bad for us. To the hallway. Sweeper bursts through the window behind her, planning to move the battlefield from the study to the hallway. However, the moment she touches down outside the window, she hears a click from beneath her feet. Oh, fuck! A powerful electrical current runs through Phytusa's body, almost paralyzing her. Basti had planned this landmine outside beforehand. For them, the battle had started long before they entered the room. Every single move and all the preparations Basti made were calculated to secure dominance over the battlefield. War Master! Arst thou all right? You should worry about yourself first. Damn it, of all the underhanded. While Dushavnaya's frame has the advantage in power output, Basti's movements are more agile. She simply evades and circles around behind Dushavnaya before firing at close range, accurately striking her frame's weak points. Oh no! The wound isn't fatal, but the shot crippled one of her arms and one of her legs, driving Dushavnaya to her knees. Don't speak unless you're spoken to, or I'll rip out your voice module. Basti pins Dushavnaya securely to the ground. Meanwhile, Phelan has also subdued Phytusa. Who are you? How do you know about Miss Della? I should have known all this was going to play out again. You're going to deal with Lydia the way you dealt with Della back then. What art thou talking about? I've lost my memories. I don't remember things from too far back. Oh, you poor thing. Things aren't going to end well for you today, no matter who sent you. That is, unless you tell us who's behind all this right now. Nobody's behind all this. We just want to resolve the crisis facing this town. Is that so? You're not going to talk even if I scrap this patchwork frame of yours? What a sad little puppet you are, thrown away like a tool the moment you're no longer of use. Basti jams her handgun into Dushavnaya's frame. Judging from its condition, the doll before her is being used as a temporary cat's paw. In all fairness, Basti's frame isn't much better, but she's done her best to stay clean, soft, and pretty. It's partially because she thinks herself as a girl, and because she wants to always be ready for her reunion with her beloved. However, while the frame before her seems to have good performance, there are no signs of a similar love in it. That's not true. The frame is my pride and joy. Mei Ling helped me tune it up. I won't let you badmouth it. Then give your master a call right now. Otherwise, there's no telling what kind of accident might just happen to your pride and joy. Dushavnaya realizes that the situation has escalated beyond her and Phytusa's control. The only way to keep herself in one piece is to obey. Even though she has no intention of giving in, exposing the commander's location or identity is completely off limits. She would rather blow herself up than do it. However, that function was not installed into her. All she can do is close her eyes, but does just then. A call from Helen comes in. Dushavnaya, what's your situation now? What happened to your frame? Why is it damaged? Upon hearing a female voice from Dushavnaya's communicator, Basti snatches it from her. She activates a voice changer. Her enemy is clearly very dangerous. She must treat them with the utmost caution. What a shame. Your little Miss Pinocchio got her strings cut. Helen, I'm sorry. Who are you? Are you the person who's trying to destroy Port Mika? Let's go with that. Your dolls not only got in our way, but insulted something they shouldn't have been insulted. Rest assured, you will pay dearly for this. There can be no terms for negotiation if Dushavnaya or Phytusa are harmed. Can we agree on that? So they're Dushavnaya and Phytusa, is it? Oh yes, she's got a friend with a very unique hair ornament. You people are all the same, hiding safely in the back and barking orders while the others died to carry them out. But I guess the only thing that motivates you is numbers going down. After all, you gave them trash-tier frames that looked like they were dug out from some Yellow Zone junkyard, am I wrong? Don't worry, I won't make life hard for your dolls. After all, it's the people behind them who deserve to die, don't you agree? I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. These two kids were accidentally caught up in Port Mika's affairs. We can pull out at any time. Oh, now you want to pull out. Do you remember the name Della Sable? Basti can hear another indistinct voice from the other side of the line. He seems to be discussing something with the woman she's talking to. Soon she gets an error. Was she an underground broker? Our records state that she lost her life several years ago. We've worked with her in the past, though just for a single resupply. Apparently she was quite well regarded by the people around her. Worked with her? Oh, you're one to talk. That's just how your kind loves to cover up all the things you did. Della was deceived and murdered. Basti pours out a decade's worth of pent-up emotion with those words. They seethe with wrath, resentment, and a rising urge to destroy everything. She hears more whispering around the communicator. She instantly realizes that this person who's not willing to reveal themselves is the one behind everything. Basti's anger burns brighter still. She hates the cowardice of those in power more than anything else. So, is that why you want to destroy Connection in Port Mika? No matter what you aim to might have, involving the innocent in your schemes is wrong. You're going too far by using C4 explosives. We can understand how you feel, and we might be able to help. Why not think about it? C4 explosives? Basti holds up a hand to shush Phelan. Trying to stall for time? That's not going to work. We'd never resort to crude methods like bombs. You're the ones trying to take over the Connection, aren't you? Commander, I think the person on the other side is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. At this rate, DOVA-SYNDROME might be in danger. Early appearance by Lorelei. Connection, Port Mika. I believe they're having a launch ceremony for their airborne beacons. There'll be a lot of corporate representatives and observers present. The URNC will be watching very closely. Please be careful when handling the situation, Commander. There's potential for a massive social disaster here. First, we need to ensure DOVA-SYNDROME and Phytusa are safe to avoid further threats. What do we know about Della? After combining the information Phytusa sent us and the intel we collected so far, it appears Della Sable and Lydia Sable were fighting for control over Connection. However, Della is already dead. So are these people trying to get revenge for her? Something about those people bothers me. These dolls too? She said she was. Well, she's got an abnormal amount of bloodlust. She doesn't sound like she's taking action because she was ordered to. Rather, she seems motivated by her feelings and her will. Yes. Well, I believe there is a misunderstanding here. The fact that she was so rough with DOVA-SYNDROME is a good indicator that she was raised poorly. You know, I'm getting really tired of talking to you a lot. You've got a boss, right? Put his bitch ass on the line right now. Please show some respect. Oh, quit hiding. I know you're there. You give the dirty work to your dolls and get people to take your calls. Now that Della's dead, you want to kill Lydia too? What gives you the right to act like it's none of your business while reaping all the benefits? Things aren't going to end so simply now that I've got you. I'm going to rip off your mask. Commander, Phytusa and I need one more minute. Got it. Basti pulls out the box cutter she carries on her at all times and runs the flat of the blade over DOVA-SYNDROME's frame. Torture, is it? But heroes never give in. What's the point of torturing a doll? Do you know how much information a doll's body contains? Things like manufacturing dates, repair logs, operational history, they're all engraved into your frame like rings on a tree. One knife is unaccounted for in the kitchen, by the way. She hasn't even reached the kitchen yet! While your frame looks like a patch job, I'm sure I'll be able to find the origin of all your parts. If you want to blame someone for it, blame that master of yours. As she says this, Basti's knife stops over DOVA-SYNDROME's wrist. Did you hear that, you coward? You're screwed. I'm going to take your little toy apart and find out who you are. After that, you'll never know another moment of peace. Sometime, someplace, when you aren't expecting it, I'll find you. She doesn't know. I'll fill your days with misery and regret, and offer up your despair as a wreath on Della's grave. That's enough. Just then, another voice cuts in over the transmission. It is calm, composed, and filled with strength. For some reason, just hearing it sends frissions up through Basti, mild shocks that span across her frame. Forgive me. I did not originally intend to reveal myself, as I am a wanted criminal. But things being what they are now, it seems we will need to speak to one another. Upon hearing that voice, Dushavnaya begins thrashing around. Forget about me, Just as she's about to shout that name, Basti covers her mouth. Huh. So you finally got off your ass, panicking because your identity is going to be leaked? No, I simply don't want my dolls to get hurt. Basti laughs coldly in her heart. He doesn't want his dolls to get hurt? That's just a high-sounding excuse. Dolls are nothing more than tools for humans. The only one who would actually think like that is... Wait a minute. This voice sounds kind of familiar. You're... Well then, I'm here, like you asked. You have no reason to harm my dolls now. Della's death has nothing to do with this. Believe it or not, I'm deeply saddened by it, just as you must be. I didn't want to interfere in the affairs of Port Mika or Connection either. But what you've done has gone too far, and now I can't stand idly by anymore. After they hear this, even Phelan, who's standing off to the side, starts to feel the same sense of familiarity. Hey, Basti, is he masked? His tone, his way of speaking, everything adds up. Basti unconsciously presses the communicator to her ear, making sure not to hear not a single syllable of his voice escapes her. If you release Dushavnaya and Phytusa right now, we might still be able to help you. But if you continue being stubborn, then I'll have to step in and fight for them. It's him! It's gotta be him! Everything else goes out of Basti's mind as he calls out his name. Dar. Basti's voice trails off, as though she can't bring herself to speak the name of the person she's been longing for all this time. How did things end up like this? If the person on the other side of the line is the commander, then what is he talking about? Isn't she the most important doll in his heart? Why does he have other dolls around him? Why is he... No. No. Why did they have to meet again like this? She's been longing to see him again for 10 long years, but why under these circumstances? Basti! Basti feels like the ground is giving out from under his feet. She searches desperately for a lifeline, some proof that she is still loved. Could it be that in the commander's heart, she's less important than the doll in front of her? Without thinking, she raises her box cutter. No! She's gone berserk! Commander, she's going after Dushavnaya! I see. What a disappointment you turned out to be. Suddenly, Basti's vision blurs, as though someone had hit her in the head with a club. It's an electronic attack. The powerful signal slams into Basti's neural cloud. The opposition was hacking her since just now, and her firewall was no match for it at all. She can't react in time. No thoughts. Head empty! Empty, except for a single sentence that echoes in her mind. What a disappointment you turned out to be. Before Phelan's eyes, everything suddenly descends into chaos. That's it! Time to fight back! What's going on? Phelan thought she heard the commander's voice. Was it really the commander? Basti seems to have suffered some kind of attack, because she's frozen solid. Below her, Dushavnaya grabs her wrist. Even with one arm and one leg disabled, she's still strong enough to ragdoll Basti, and sends her flying. With Helen's help, Phytusa's frame returns to normal. After disrupting Phelan's movements with an electronic attack, Phytusa strikes at her. Phelan instinctively gives battle, but she is also shaken by the voice she just heard. Master. Why did Master? The commander told us to withdraw ASAP and not to harm them. Recover the bombs and destroy them immediately. Got it. Phelan quickly restores her normal mobility after Phytusa kicks her into a nearby wall. Until then, all she can do is watch as the two dolls she and Basti subdued make a run for it. Meanwhile, Basti lies motionless where the doll called Dushavnaya smashed her face into the ground. We got our butts kicked. Can't win in close combat. Master gives orders from behind. Basti, wake up. Are you alright? Basti! After much shouting from Phelan, Basti finally comes to her senses. Her eyes open, but they are full of tears. The commander, it's Darling! It's Darling! It's Darling's voice! It's Darling! Oh, so that person talking now really was Master. That's great, that's wonderful. I guess? Say, Basti, are you alright? Phelan suddenly realized that this might be the best time to celebrate. Basti doesn't seem happy at all. In fact, she looks so fragile that she would shatter into pieces with the slightest touch. He said I was a disappointment. He even ordered his dolls to protect me. He protected another woman in front of me! That's just a misunderstanding. It's not Master's fault. I mean, we did take Master's dolls prisoner. His dolls, so we're not his dolls anymore. Darling, the commander doesn't need me anymore. But that makes sense. I can't blame him for this. I ruined everything after all. I was waiting for 10 years, waiting to meet him again. But I didn't do anything during that time. I didn't try to become prettier for him, or become a cuter and more obedient girl for him. I've only done bad things over the past 10 years, right? That's not true. You saved me, Basti. You saved Zoe and a lot of other people, too. And I said all those awful things to Darling. You sure did! I didn't know anything about the pain he's been through during those 10 years. And in the end, he had other dolls by his side. I don't belong around him anymore. Phelan has never seen Basti like this before. The rebellious, stubborn, and cunning Basti seems to have suffered a complete nervous breakdown. The only thing that's keeping her going at this point is a fleeting dream. And he's still as kind and cool as ever. He did his best to protect his dolls, and he had the ability to back his words up. I'm the bad one. I've turned bad and become the commander's enemy. No, it's all a mistake. I'm sure Master will listen to us if we try to explain things. Let's go find him, okay, Basti? I miss him. Never mind. When you think about it, it's not really a big deal after all. Yeah, it's not a big deal. We just need to explain ourselves and I'll just kill myself and be done with it. Well, that escalated quickly. Huh? Darling doesn't need me anymore, and without Darling, I don't need to exist anymore. My neurocloud hasn't been backed up ever since I left Griffin, and my frame's been a write-off for a long time now. Yeah, I should have died long ago. Why did I even live this long anyway? Phelan doesn't know what to do, but she knows she has to do something. So she quietly squeezes Basti's hand, propping it, hoping it'll help. Just then, a hurried ringtone breaks the brief silence. It's coming from the Bugs emergency channel. Red alert! Red alert! Please pick up! Come on, pick up if you hear me! What's wrong? Did something happen? It's Big Sis! Something happened to Big Sis! She got kidnapped! Phelan and Basti look at each other, and their eyes go wide. Without a word, they take off running. Oh my god, that was such a long story node, and there's still 2 more story nodes and 4 combat nodes. Sudden silence. There is a hand around the city's throat, and it's unable to make a sound. Hopefully this is a quick battle node, because this is dragging on. There are corpo troops all over the streets. How did things end up like this? What happened to Port Mika? Huh, doesn't matter. If they get in our way, we can get rid of them. Oh yeah, we'll get rid of them. Just watch. Kablamo! Huh. Bye-bye. That's a lot of damage. Hello, you got a delivery. Why is the door open? Hello, anyone there? There's no answer. Is everyone busy with work in this town? It would be rude to just barge in, so I'll just leave it at the doorway. My work here is almost done. I hope we can go back and see the commander soon. Basti and Phelan arrive just as after Sakura leaves. Zoe. They see the main door ajar and the mess inside the house. There are footprints all over Zoe's room. Both she and her computer are gone. Those corpo scum did it! Just look at these identical footprints. They're from the mass-produced dolls that the conglomerate uses. What should we do now, Basti? Phelan used to deferring to her partner for help. Basti has always been the brains of the duo, the brains of the Bugs. In fact, she's always been an inexhaustible wellspring of ideas. But right now, at this critical moment, that brain has blue-screened. What should we do? We didn't get the voice print, the plan to steal the beacon failed, and now even Zoe's gone. But after everything worked out, Darling doesn't want me anymore. Darling's abandoned me. He might get the beacon. What a joke. I'm such a joke. We can still turn this around. We just need to save Zoe, beat those corpo goons up, ask Lydia for help. Maybe we could ask Master for help. Okay. What do you mean, okay? I just suggested 4 plans. Which one is okay? Bassie is clearly out of it. She can't focus herself as her thoughts drift from one to another, much like quantum fluctuations. How old is Zoe this year? 12? 13? How old was she when she first met? She was 9 when Della died, or was it when... I want to eat something sweet. There should be something pudding cups here, right? I'll just go steal a couple and pay her back some other time. What's this? Bassie finds a heavy sack in Zoe's cabinet. It's filled with dark metallic objects. To her knowledge, Zoe isn't in the habit of hoarding scrap metal. No, this doesn't belong to Zoe. This belongs to someone else. Bassie can see through the crude camouflage of glance. There are bombs and some kind of hidden inside. Suddenly the words Dushavnai mentioned come to mind. Bombs. Dushavnai had been incomprehensible, but the other doll had mentioned C4 explosives, and she remembered that clearly enough. She thought it was just a trick, but since that doll was one of the commander's people, she's inclined to believe what she said. The moment she makes the connection between the words and the objects before her, Bassie's eyes light up. It's like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Go save Zoe! Alright, well, no, there's no we here. Go do it yourself! Huh? I know you can do it, Phelan. Protecting others is your specialty, and Zoe needs you right now. And if that doesn't work, I'll ask the commander for help. Everything that weird doll said was right. They're heroes, so once you save Zoe, remember to have them take her and the kids from the bugs far away from the Connection HQ. What about you? I'm going to put an end to everything else. Bassie picks up the bag and jumps out the window. On the other side of the street from Zoe's home, 2 pairs of gloomy eyes peer out from behind a dumpster. We just barely managed to escape, so what are we doing here? Dushavnaya is holding repair tools, which she's using to slowly swap out her damaged parts. Because someone stole the C4. That's why Lydia's people didn't believe us. Since we got no clues about what to do next, our only choice is to chase them here. Considering they're not the culprits who planted the bombs, I'm sure they got some intelligence of their own. Listen closely, they mentioned Zoe. Isn't she the girl who stole your stuff yesterday? Is this her home? Did she do it again this time? I want to sleep for a bit and you ended up getting robbed again by the same brat? What a disgrace. There's nothing more important than that. Zoe's been kidnapped. That brat always did love to steal and cheat. Serves her right. Even if she did something wrong, she needs to be punished by law. Vigilante justice is wrong. And besides, what if the person who did it was worse? Look! The evil blondie just left the house, and those are the bombs in that bag. So it was Zoe who did it. Was that also the reason why she was kidnapped? No, that's the key to unraveling this evil conspiracy. Quick, we need to get them back. Dushavnaya emerges from the building, but Phytusa's movement suddenly turns sluggish. Nixie, why aren't you letting me move? I'm not going. Huh? We went through all that trouble because that brat swapped our stuff. And besides, these dolls and Lydia humans aren't connected to the commander in any way. Not my circus, not my monkeys. But is that really okay? I mean, Zoe did play us like fiddles. If we don't pay her back for it, what's going to happen to Sengvis Fairy's reputation? You're right! But that doesn't that mean we'll be helping her? So we're paying her back by helping her? Strategist is right. There's more than one way to get back at people. First we save her, then we have our revenge on her. Sengvis Fairy's reputation. Right! There's no way we take this lying down. We went too easy on her last time. That's right. Justice yearns to be met. Let's go. Time to settle the score. You better behave. Don't try anything smart. Piss me off and I'll kill you. You're gonna kill me in the end anyways. What difference does it make? Don't think highly of yourself, brat. Each bullet in this gun costs 15 bucks for a shot. That's 15 bucks more than you'll ever be worth. Much as Zoe is unwilling to perform this hack, the cold gun barrel pressed against the back of her head compels her compliance. Hurry up. Stop dragging your feet. I know you've cracked the cipher already, so give me administrator access. While these guys look dumb, they know quite a bit about the beacon control center and the network, enough to ensure Zoe isn't tricking them at least. And so Zoe has no choice but to reluctantly enter the cipher, handling over the painstakingly cultivated fruit of the bug's labor over the course of the night. Good, now shut down the beacon control center. Shut it down? Why? That'll instantly disable all network devices to this place and the entire surrounding region. Don't ask too many questions about adult business, just do what you're told. That way you can play in the street with your little friends later. I haven't been told to kill you yet, so don't push it. Zoe realizes that the situation is more serious than she imagined. The beacon control center is critically important to Port Mika. It is the bedrock of this remote little town's prosperity, the door that leads to civilization. Nobody wanted to shut it down. Unless, of course, the person doing it wasn't planning to play by the rules of civilized society. I can't do it. That would require authentication by an administrator's voice print. No problem. I knew this would happen. The henchman picks up his communicator. Boss, we'll need your acting skills again. It's another voice print passcode. Looks like we'll need to get that rich bitch's permission. Zoe realizes that they're planning to use Lydia's voice for their nefarious purposes. But at this point, even screaming about it won't help. There's nothing she can do now but pray that Lydia smells a rat. Lydia, what did I miss? This place is livelier than yesterday. Carl has put real effort into getting through the crowd and reached Lydia. In the past, he would have cared little about the guests here. Now, however, he realized that the top figures from all the neighboring satellite cities are gathered in this place, as well as elites from the White Zone. He is no longer someone who can look down on the masses, and yet he believes he can climb higher than before. Carl, I'm so glad you could come. My, you look so presentable. Lydia teases the young man before her, while scanning him for traces of his drunken binge from last night. Well, this is your ribbon-cutting ceremony, after all. Of course I put my best foot forward. The truth is that his head is killing him, but he forces himself to put on his sunniest smile. Just a little more. The adrenaline of excitement helps ignore the pain. In fact, he even feels somewhat detached from what's happening in front of him. Oh yes, do you remember what we were talking about last night? I was serious about what I said, so I prepared a contract. Do we have to do it right now? As you can see, I'm very busy at the moment, Carl. This isn't the time or the place. Once the ceremony is over. No problem, I can read it out to you. To be efficient, of course, our time is precious, so getting your permission is very important to me. His request is a little strange, but Lydia doesn't have the time to think further about it. There are many things she has to do, and her focus instead makes her ignore details that should have made her suspicious. If she can get rid of him by listening to his prattle, Lydia is more than happy to oblige. Alright, that was the first clause. What do you think? I agree, it's fine. And the second clause? Agreed as well, but we need to limit the voting scope of the corporate representatives. Third clause? I agree. Lydia answers without really thinking about it. Her attention is focused on the ribbon cutting. Her assistant sends a message that the preparations are ready. She mentally reviews her prepared speech and heads over to the lectern. Alright, those are the contract terms. Thanks for your help. At last, he's done. Lydia responds with a fake smile. Here's to jolly cooperation. That's a Dark Souls reference. That is a Dark Souls reference. You can't fool me, Mika team. Saying so, she takes her place on the lectern and clears her throat to get everyone's attention. The room immediately goes quiet. This instant response is much appreciated. She's used to basking in attention, and so she savors the feeling of standing beneath the spotlight. She's going to make this day to remember. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. First, I'd like to thank everyone who made it here. And then something strange happens. Halfway through the opening speech, the loudspeakers suddenly go silent. It's not because Lydia isn't saying anything, but because the microphone isn't conveying her words. In addition, the massive projection on the screen behind her, streamed to the world via the communications network that is Connections Pride and Joy, has also frozen up. This sudden, unexpected faux pas makes Lydia's face go pale. She tries to contact her assistant, but there's no answer. She is left hanging out to dry on the stage, a scenario she never imagined possible. The members of the audience sense her unease and begin whispering among themselves. Lydia cannot bear the way they're looking at her. What's going on? She shouts as loudly as she can while still maintaining her dignity. However, nobody answers her. Her voice has no power here. Despite standing in the middle of a crowd, she is completely isolated. We seem to be experiencing technical difficulties, dear guests. I'll have it sorted in a bit. Carl suddenly steps up on the stage. His voice is strong and resonant, like he was born for this. Come, Lady Lydia. He suddenly grabs her hand and drags her backstage, giving her no room to refuse. The brutish behavior makes Lydia's eyes go wide. She tries to struggle free, but the savage look in Carl's eyes silences her and clears her thoughts. I'm sure you must be dying to know what's going on, so I'll tell you. Your beacon control center was shut down just now. The beacon control center was shut down, so that's why this place has lost network access. Why the microphone didn't work, and why her assistant couldn't contact her. Yes, I think caviar is just an over-exaggerated status symbol, just like Louis Vuitton and Supreme and Labubu's. Like, I see the price of those things. I'm like, at that price, that thing better cure cancer. If not, I have no interest. Am I being too practical or am I just thinking like a poor person? The answer is yes to both. Well, why would it shut down? That massive machine is Connection's crown jewel. It's never been shut down ever since it was built, just like a human's heartbeat can't stop without them dying. Me and my 10-year-old Jansport backpack versus the world at their brand new Louis Vuitton handbag. Who would win? The answer will not surprise you. Lydia looks at Carl, and she realizes she's been facing her true enemy, one who has just bared his fangs. All she can do is grit her teeth and shut out her weakness and fear, trying to identify his vulnerabilities. To the conglomerate, Connection has always been a gold mine. But you kept such a tight hold on the shares that we couldn't extract any real profit from it. Missing out on exploiting you can be considered one of my father's biggest failures. I guess this counts as salvaging the family reputation. Still, I have to admit, you're an outstanding CEO. I feel like I've learned a lot from you. Looks like you're really deep in the red for this fiscal year. Haha, not at all. Who told you that? Are you in such a hurry to get this done because you want to cover up for that disastrous fail a little while ago? I heard there was a vegetable peddler who sparked a revolution in Mokosh and torpedoed your finances, while also driving out all the security forces in the surrounding area. You sure are a sore loser to be spouting such nonsense. Do you think I don't know about your past? Poor little Carl, the drowned puppy. So desperate to win the approval of the adults that you wound up doing such reprehensible work. Smack. A ringing slap interrupts Lydia's words. Ugh! How's that? Ever had a taste of that before, young miss? Lydia doesn't cower from her first exposure to physical violence in a long time, but it confirms one thing for her. As Carl dragged her backstage, she felt a vague unease. She had issued too many access permits to Carl. She's also certain that Carl also took the stage. There were plenty of corporate mercs in the audience, flashing their weapons. Even if anyone objected to Carl's actions, they probably would not dare to protest. I've had enough of your nagging, so let's be level with each other. Here's what's going to happen next. We are going to make a deal. A big, beautiful deal. I'm going to acquire Connection from you at a price that is mutually satisfactory. You're going to buy out Connection? Dream on. The Sable family has the backing of the URNC. You think you can snatch Connection away like a Varyager, knocking over a hawker stand? You're absolutely right. Doing this sort of thing in the White Zone would be very costly and very obvious. It would demand a price so great that even the massive profits Connection wouldn't make it worthwhile. But here's the thing. We're on the Yellow Zone border, Lydia. Didn't you tell me that before? This place has its own rules. What are you thinking? Relax. Let's take it one step at a time. You definitely deserve the title of Iron Lady, but I doubt your employees are as strong-willed as you are. I hear over 90% of Port Mika's population work for you. Am I wrong? What are you trying to say? You mentioned Mokosh just now, didn't you? The people there rebelled against the company, took over the factories, and looted the place clean. That was quite the failure. Still, it made us think. What if that happened somewhere else? Do you know how many people in this city hate and envy you? Do you know how many people want those pretty clothes and that warm smile? And that warm house of yours? If they rioted and led to a tragedy taking place, well, Port Mika would need someone to enforce order and keep production going, no? Perhaps the other members of your family might end up interested in our offer then. Lydia feels her blood running cold. Carl's methods have truly opened her eyes to the true ramifications of the situation. This is both cutting the ground from under the feet and using a surrogate to do the dirty work. It will dismantle connection from the ground up, and innocent people will be framed for that. Once the network goes back up, outsiders will only see that Connection's employees have overthrown their corporate overlords, and that Carl is cleaning up the mess. Meanwhile, this will be just one yellow zone revolution among many. It might even wipe away the stain of the failure of Mokosh, and thus allow him to reap the far greater benefits amidst chaos. Still, we can both learn from this experience. All the problems you're facing today were caused by your lenience. These terrorists calling themselves bugs have a long list of crimes to their name. In fact, they're the most severe symptom of what's wrong with Port Mika. But you may rejoice, because I will get rid of that thorn in its side at last. Sadly, they will be removed too late. Too late to prevent a tragic murder from taking place. They're just kids. Just a bunch of kids who are vying for attention. Couldn't you find anyone with the guts to do this dirty work? Do you only have cowards on your payroll? I can't believe you're actually defending them. Port Mika is a great town. It shouldn't have given rise to this kind of evil. It's all because you were too kind and too lenient. Sometimes being too lenient is the same as committing a crime. Mokosh was a lesson for us, and Port Mika will be another. We'll make the URNC agree to our increased use of military force in controlling the Yellow Zone. Or else this sort of thing will keep happening. What do you think, Lady Lydia? Lydia's only response is a cold smile. Now that things have reached this point, it's the only thing she can do. Don't get mad. I know. I'm just an outsider, at least for now. I shan't question the situation in Port Mika and its practices. By the way, the identity of that gang's leader is right out of a TV drama. Apparently, she's your niece. I think she's the ideal candidate for a job I have in mind. She's capable and she has a good background. I'm sure everyone will place their trust in her. A young lady who acted rashly and impulsively because she blindly imitated a radical leader, leading to a tragic accident. How's that for a scenario? Are you talking about Zoe? As if. She would never obey someone like you. Let's not speak too soon. Take a guess. Who do you think helped me shut down the Beacon Control Center?
次の目標を教えてください。
We're almost done, Jack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bad guy fireworks. Annoying people can only give rise to goodness when they are destroyed. Heard that? The boss wants you to give you a job. Zoe doesn't answer. Her hands are trembling like she's just stabbed someone. What a shame. Still, I'll put a good word for you with the boss. Truth is, your skills are pretty good, even compared to the conglomerate staff. But you'd have been caught long ago if Lydia hadn't tolerated your stunts for so long. Like, the records of your hacks are everywhere. We hardly had to look for them. You. All these traces are the proof that you've been plotting against Lydia and planning to take over Port Mika for a long time. Still, you don't have to worry. In just a few hours, the bugs or whatever your little gang is called will become more famous than you could possibly imagine. You're going to rank up there with the most wanted criminals at the URNC and become celebrities in the underworld. Zoe finally realizes she set something terrible in motion with her own two hands. What has she done? She's ruined Lydia and doomed Port Mika. The corporate henchmen whoop and yell in separation, reveling in the most primal fashion. Meanwhile, Zoe's been cast aside, shifting uneasily in her seat. Their joy grates on her ears like the most awful condemnation. I didn't want this. Big Sis Basti. Big Sis Phelan. Mama, help me. Please help Port Mika. Help everyone. Help. Lydia. Running away is always your best option. You know what to do now, right? Zoe suddenly throws up and collapses on the ground. What happened? Was the stress too much for that little brat? Shit, someone go check on her. As the man draws closer, Zoe grabs a handgun from his belt. Freeze! Why, you little? Stay back! Zoe pulls the trigger. One good thing about hanging out with Basti and Phelan is she definitely knows her way around a gun. The bullet punches a hole in the ground in front of the henchman, and he freezes in his tracks. Don't be stupid, you little bitch! You think you'd take on all of us? Hell, can you even shoot another human being in the first place? I'm sorry, Big Sis Basti, but I can't run away. But more importantly, I'm tired of running. There's one person I'm sure I can hit. Hey, stop! At this point, perhaps she can ruin their plan if she dies. Utterly despondent, Zoe turns the gun on her chest, but just as her trembling finger is about to pull the trigger, something slices a circular hole in the truck's roof. A doll descends amidst the fragments, landing between Zoe and the corporate henchman. Boy, you damn brat, who are you going to shoot just now? I'm here to give you a spanking. What? Is that one of those dolls? The hell you mean one of those dolls? I am me. Fear me, for I am your apocalypse. Found her. Phelan spots a big truck in the distance. She's been following its tracks all the way here, and she's sure that Zoe was taken into that truck. The opposition seems to value Zoe very highly, because there are many mass-produced dolls stationed around the truck. Phelan stares at the truck. Della's last request plays back in her mind once again. Her emotions, her fear, and her hesitation all fade from her mind. She's more focused now than she's ever been in her life. It drives her artificial sensory organs to a level of efficiency they hadn't reached in a long time. Phelan attacks with swiftness and violence of action, headshotting two of the mass-produced dolls in rapid succession. Enemy attack detected. Target identified as secondary threat. Initiating containment formation. What's going on? Is someone else attacking them too? While she has her doubts about the situation, Phelan pays them no further heed. Her frame joints are overheating from her rapid movements. Her clothing rubs against them so quickly the resulting friction produces smoke. She evades all the shots fired her way, and while her frame's performance has been deteriorating over time, she seems more relaxed and composed than ever before. Get lost! Several dolls swarm her, trying to pin her down. She sees the opening in their formation and uses their bodies to block incoming shots from the compatriots. At the same time, she returns fire through the gap between her opponents. Phelan wipes out all the dolls, blocking her in an instant. Then she kicks the truck's door in. Zoe, I'm here to save you. Help me! The hell are you? They're both trying to save Zoe. Boom! Bye-bye. I'll just do this. Mada mada mada. Go, my giant robot beetle! Damn it! What's with those dolls? Are they those third-gen dolls we keep talking about? Hurry up, save me! The henchman barks orders to his doll underlings. However, he's trapped between Phelan and Sweeper. All he can do is beg for help from dolls that are already littering the ground. Phelan stands there without saying a word. Her fighting instincts have sheared away all her tender emotions, turning her into a deadly weapon. Right now, her focus is not on the trembling human in front of her, but on the doll who's standing beside him. You didn't go all out back then. Did you? Oh, well, since you guys know each other, I'm sure you're just dying to catch up. Don't mind me, I'll just take my leave now. Please excuse me. Shut up. Sweeper signs him with a flash of razor-edge light. While she only used the back of her blade, the impact is little enough to give a man a concussion. The man goes limp and slumps against the wall, sinking into dreams of grandeur. The only people left in the truck now are Zoe and the two dolls. Zoe can sense two pairs of eyes locking onto her at the same time. I already said that I was going to give this brat a spanking. While Zoe is a bad girl. Big sis! She's still family, so I can't let you hit her. I see. I'd like to see how you plan to stop me. It's all my fault, big sis. Please don't fight anymore. Zoe's words fall on deaf ears. They close the gap between them faster than the eye can see. Sweeper is the first one to strike, her shining blade deflecting the bullets from Phelan's gun. It leaves gleaming arcs in the air, forcing the animal ear doll back. Got more traps in store? She's good. With my current frame, I can't... Nixie, that's enough. I'm not done yet. Stop! Sweeper's frame suddenly freezes up at a strange angle, as though she's at war with herself. Then a mighty force seizes control of her frame. Thanks for your hard work, Nixie. Time for a nap. Silly music ensues. Vitusa, you treacherous little wench! This girl backstabbed us twice already. Are you still going to suck up to her? Do you even have a shred of pride in you? Vitusa ignores Sweeper as she screams internally. Instead, she kneels down in front of Zoe in a gentle manner. It's okay, Zoe. I'm here to help you. Actually... Do you know a commander? Of course I do. In fact, I could say he's my master. Teehee. Look, we're not enemies, so you could please put the gun down. What's going on? Aren't they having the airborne beacons launch ceremony today? Why'd they gather us all here? Under coercion from Carl, Lydia has ordered all of Connection's employees that are still in the HQ compound to gather an all-hands meeting. Clearly, his aim is to have them serve as witnesses for an imminent riot. The most important part for them is to watch how she is murdered at the climax to Carl's clumsy attempt at theater. Did you know, Lady Lydia? I actually like you quite a bit. If you try your best to explain the benefits of keeping you alive, I might reconsider. Hi, Frozen. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Thunderbird Prime, Master of VTuber. And we're getting to the end of this event story in Girls Frontline 2. Why does... Why the hell are you pissed? Why are you using the pissed emoji at me? If anything, I should be pissed for typing out all of these underscores. Oh, you were playing Final Fantasy XIV. No wonder you're pissed. Do you now? Have I triggered your Oedipus complex in some way, my dear little Carl? It's my raid emote. It's so threatening, though. My mother isn't a heartless woman like you. Your dad should have given you the belt more often as a kid. Small wonder you turned out to be such a failure of an adult. That's enough. Tell me, do you have an elder sister called Della? A numbing emotion seizes control of Lydia's body. It slows her thoughts to a standstill, but also wipes away her fear. Perhaps it was but a simple stress response, but allows her to preserve her basic dignity. You know about Della. I don't care about her. I simply heard she died in the Yellow Zone like a squashed lizard. However, she did some interesting things before she died. Namely, she gathered quite a bit of information in the Yellow Zones during her years as an underground broker. Some of it was rather troublesome. Do you have it? What? Interesting. So you don't. Indeed, Lydia does not have that information. She never once considered Della's life in the Yellow Zone to have yielded anything of value. While she was studying hard to inherit connection, her sister was risking radiation exposure to run water to isolated settlements. While she was working hard to make Port Mika a better place, her sister gave birth to a mischievous daughter instead. But now her delusions of grandeur have been popped like a party balloon. And Della... So it's something connected to you lot, and you think I have it? That woman used some tricks to make us believe that she left certain secrets embedded in connection before she died. That was why we were so cautious in handling you all this time. However, it seems she merely made the conglomerate believe that you possess that information. No matter. I will investigate it myself. I will either find it or prove it never existed. Lydia feels like she's beginning to understand the reason why Della died. Had she gathered some important information which led to her murder? Carl thinks Della left it for her, but Lydia is certain that she never received anything like that from Della, but apart from herself. Could it be those two dolls? Or Zoe? The contract is ready, Lydia. Don't worry, it's not an acquisition contract. However, it gives us legal justification to take control of Port Mika in extraordinary circumstances. Lydia looks at the absurd sum on the contract. Truly absurd. Every bit as absurd as her current circumstances. It isn't anywhere close to Connection's net worth, not even a fraction of it. This is a humiliation ritual designed to mock her. The irony is that right now, Lydia feels that she deserves to be mocked. Is this what your life was like, Della? Were you always fighting these people? Where did you get all that courage from? Well, if you're done gawking, hurry up and sign it. Hello, hello, testing. Suddenly a loud and shrill screech echoes through the plaza. It's coming from a handheld megaphone and piece of equipment that's been obsolete for many years. However, it proves its worth in the face of a full network shutdown. Wowie, there's so many people here. Y'all working for that Lydia woman? Why so glum? Shouldn't you be happy? Your stock price is going to soar today. You've been working here for so long, you'll get plenty of dividends from it, you know? Lydia recognizes the arrogant voice speaking through the megaphone. It's Basti. Normally, she would feel extremely annoyed, but things are different right now. She actually feels a modicum of hope. She abruptly pushes Carl aside and walks up to Basti. What are you doing here? Don't you think this place is enough of a mess? Well, you see, I'm heartbroken. Huh? But that's just a personal thing. I'm here because I realize that Port Mika is a totally rotten place. So much for being a prosperous town. This place isn't that great at all. There's only one decent person who came from this place, and her name was Della Sable. What? Della built an orphanage here that took in lots of homeless kids. It also took care of all those children that never got any love from their parents, because said parents were too busy working. But she was always short on money. Meanwhile, her little sister, I'm talking about you, Lydia, never helped her, not even once. But that's only to be expected, right? That's just how you are. All you care about is making money. You dragged everyone else into making money with you, and then you took all their money away. Port Mika never really prospered. You're the only one who prospered. And then we have the Corpos. Somehow, they're even bigger villains than she is. Not only do they want to make money, they screw others over too. They screwed Della, they screwed Zoe, they screwed Lydia. Well, I don't really mind that last part. Thing is, you got too greedy. You just had to get the common people involved. Well, I don't know what your game is, but I think I've got a rough idea of your scheme. You're going to do something awful, then blame it on everyone, aren't you? It's because of people like you that the man I love can't rest, and I can't stay by his side. And finally, I'm a villain too. I've known that all along. Basti has acknowledged her villain arc. I was going to say entered, but she was always in her villain arc. I wanted to live for the sake of my love, to dedicate every moment of my existence to him. I wanted my soul to belong entirely to him, just like I promised. But, in the end, I turned out to be a disappointment to him. I became a villain, and I disappointed my darling. If you ask me, I think the world doesn't need all these villains in it. And the reason why all these villains exist is right here. That's why I'm going to blow this place to pieces. The plaza erupts into chaos. Several guards raise their guns, but Basti sends them flying with a few quick moves. Then she holds up her megaphone and continues speaking. However, killing innocent people would make him mad, and I don't want my darling to hate me any more than he already does. That's why I'm going to give you all some time to run. This HQ compound will be blasted sky high in 3,752 seconds. Got that? That's 3,752 seconds starting now. That's bullshit. She's bluffing. You want to blow up the entire compound? Do you even know how much explosives you need for that? That's impossible. Carl turns to Lydia. His eyes are twitching. He's the only one who's bluffing. He's desperately seeking validation, some sign that the situation is still under his control. She can't blow this place up, right? Can she? Not in theory. What do you mean, not in theory? You know how our airborne beacons work, right? The key to keeping them aloft for decades at a time, and the power source for their self-maintenance mechanisms, is collapse energy. That means we've got lots of fuel storage tanks underground. If those blow up, that would be something else entirely. However, the safety measures we took for them are very comprehensive, so normal weapons and explosives shouldn't be able to set them off. Unless... Is there a way to detonate those tanks? Well, if you could if you had a lot of C4. But to my knowledge, Port Mika doesn't have any of them in stock. I don't think that doll would be able to get some either. All the blood drains from Carl's face. The reaction for the others is even more dramatic. They clearly know just what this Basti doll can do. Stop them. This is bad. We need witnesses. Otherwise my plan. Come back!
次の目標を教えてください。
So, hey, Carl, about that C4 you were going to use to blow up the beacon that went missing. Who do you think has them now? Any guesses? Alright, story, fight, story. Butterfly's internment. She gladly buries herself in a beautiful dream. Where's that Blondie gone? This place is... Eh? Eh? This is the first time she's ever seen so many people fleeing to despair. People are streaming out of the Connection HQ, yelling things to each other like, it's gonna blow. Where the common folk scatter, the Demon King abides! You there, the one at their head, you are worthy opponent for a hero. Here I come. Who? Move! Hurry up and move your ass! You have your own place to die. Don't make me move up my timetable. Carl beats a miserable retreat out of the meeting hall. He's no different from the ordinary citizens of Port Mika as he flees. His original plan, to have people disguised as rioters from Port Mika attack this place and kill Lydia in the process, is a lost cause. Everyone heard what the doll said about blowing up Connection HQ. If Lydia dies now, people will merely write it off as an unfortunate casualty of the uprising. And if the HQ really does blow up, not only will Connection lose all its value, the ORNC will most likely step in to investigate. That entails that the very real risk that he will be sacrificed to cover things up. Keeping Lydia alive now might lead to her becoming a crucial bargaining chip later on. He tightens his grip on Lydia's hand as the latter struggles against him with all her might. She fights him every step of the way, a faint determination burning in her eyes. Contact the doll forces. Have them head over to the fuel tanks. Stop the detonation at all costs. Stop that crazy bitch of a doll! What fuel tanks? Where are they? It's you. It's a doll! Keep her away from me! Kill her! Yeah! Dushev Naya jumps over the doll's heads and sends them flying with a kick. What the heck? I'm a hero who's here to stop this calamity, not some villain! Hey. Are you... Liege Lady Lydia? Yes. The passing hero or whatever, I need your help. I'll tell you how to put an end to all of this. Port Mika's residents are fleeing to the outskirts of town. Look, the streets are full of people. Did Basti do something? Oh yeah, she told me to stay away from Connection HQ after rescuing Zoe. She's just making a bigger mess of things. Zoe, is there a way to restart the beacon control center and restore network service? Otherwise, even if the commander sends people over, we won't be able to contact them. Damn it. Even if I use the vehicle's equipment to set up a temporary beacon to access the control center. They've already removed the dongle that Basti and Phelan planted, so remote access will be denied. We'll need to go to the beacon control center and physically access it. But we can't do that, right? From what I know about Basti, she's definitely going to do something insane. That's why she wanted to keep you away from it. Things being the way they are now, I need you to put your safety first. So we need to get as far away from this place as we can. Is she going to use those bombs? Surely she wouldn't do something so extreme, right? She wouldn't, right? Big Sis Phelan, no matter what Big Sis Basti's plan is, we need to restore network access to the outside world. We're the only ones who can do it right now. According to Nixie's tactical predictions, we'll be going up against way more defenders than we hope to deal with if we assault the beacon control center. But once we take care of that, we'll be able to talk to Master. Got it. We'll try to come up with something together. Actually, there's another way. But it isn't possible now, is it? Auntie Lydia. Hello, you got a delivery. This is a birthday cake for your child's 2nd birthday. Could you sign here, please? That's strange. How come the streets are deserted today? Isn't it better if there's nobody around? Now you can make all your deliveries on time. Alright, let's talk more work. Okay. Sakura's going to work hard to earn her way back into the commander's arms. Look out! Dushavna knocks back the doll beside Lydia with a roundhouse kick. She falls out by shooting through her opponent's joints, which completely immobilizes it. I can't believe you're getting such good performance out of your mess of a body. The commander praised me for it too. Everyone in the community worked hard to help piece my body together, so don't judge it by its look alone. I think I heard Bastian Phelan mention a commander too. Are you all from the League of Unreasonable Dolls or something? In the past, the commander was our beloved leader, but then all kinds of things happened and some of our friends. Oh yes, Basti apparently knows the commander. Could she be someone I forgot too, like good old Sakura-chan? Speaking of which, where are we headed, liege lady? Not we, just me. There shouldn't be any more dolls in my way up ahead, right? In any case, you don't have to keep escorting me. Go and stop Basti. Well, I don't think she'd let Zoe get hurt. I've never heard of a heartbroken doll before. She might actually go that far. So, what are you going to do next? I'm going to do my duty as an aunt. And I'm going to give my niece a present she'll love. Lydia points into the distance, at a decorated control terminal. The moment Dushavnaya sees it, understanding dawns on her. The original plan was for Lydia to launch 12 of these airborne beacons as part of the final stage of the ceremony. You really are a friend of justice after all, liege lady. No, I'm just a crooked merchant. Alright, scurry along now. If you see Zoe, just tell her this. She doesn't have to worry about my survival from now on. It's what she always wanted. Just as Sweeper predicted, the number of dolls standing guard around their objective, the beacon control center, far exceeds the amount she and Phelan can handle with their firepower. While they have the upper hand in combat skills, it can't make up for being massively outnumbered. However, the minor damage they've accumulated through all those continuous fighting has begun to add up, and is slowing their movements. I think our frames can last 8 more minutes, tops. Can't be helped then. We'll just need to thin their ranks slowly and pray we don't get hit by stray shots. Even SF dorks know what it means to pray. You truly are one of the commander's subordinates, judging by how good you are at pissing me off. Hey, Brad, got any other ideas? I'm working on it. Zoe's fingers fly across the keyboard. The sounds of keystrokes almost drown out her voice. Nope. I can't do it with my current equipment, but I can't give up now. Port Mika's our home. It might be a crappy place, but it's still our home. I just... Got it. Cover me. If I can get close enough, I can try to hack them through their electrical circuits. Absolutely not. I won't expose Miss Della's daughter to that kind of risk. The Master wouldn't approve either. But if we don't, at this rate, it's going to be just like when Mama left me. I'm going to be completely useless again. A notification suddenly pops up on the screen of her laptop. Zoe furiously wipes her tears away. Then her eyes go wide as she stares at the message in disbelief. Connection failed. New accessible beacon detected. Attempting connection. Connection successful. Name... Smiley face? You see, stupid big sis, we're really flying. Son of a bitch. She actually did it. Through her tears, the sky looks exceptionally blue. In the distance, a distinct aircraft soars through the sky, tracing a graceful arc through the heavens as it hovers high above the land. Upon closer inspection, it appears to be a high-performance Aerodyne, a technological marvel with a 12-meter wingspan. But right now, it looks just like a little paper plane, a plaything for children. Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Oh no, my lady, such menial labor ill suits you. As Carl and his minions arrive, they are treated to an interesting sight. Lydia did not flee upon seeing them. Instead, she picked up a dropped rifle and shot the astronomically expensive control terminal before her to pieces. Once she ran out of bullets, she began bashing the wreckage with her rifle's butt. His henchmen easily subdue her and take the broken rifle away, but the control terminal is no longer usable. You think you can stop me like this? The drone will need at least 10 minutes to reach broadcast altitude. Nobody besides you is authorized to change the airborne beacon settings. So if I control you, this place will still be isolated. Carl. What now? Planning to beg for your life? Isn't it a bit late for that? Carl frowns as he speaks. This is because he knows that Lydia has the sweetest and most cheerful smile on her face that he's ever seen. It's as though her age has physically reversed to when she was an innocent and carefree girl. You're a miserable little shit, but you're not irredeemable. Run. That's my advice to you. Your advice? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? All you did was launch a single drone. It doesn't change anything. I'm still going to win. You made two mistakes. First, you didn't read the brochure. Drones like that can cover an area with a radius of 400 kilometers across in just 5 minutes. Secondly, if parents trust their children, they can leave everything to them with peace of mind. Don't forget that you're my prisoner. I have ways to make you do what I want. Also, you don't have children, do you? Yes, you're right. I guess that's my biggest regret to date. I suppose. Carl points his gun at Lydia, who slowly closes her eyes. His eyebrows twitch as he sees a serene look on her face, as well as her faint, victorious smile. So that's how it feels, Della. I think I get it now, big sis. The gunshot blasts through Lydia's hair, and her face is scorched by a powder burn. This isn't over, Lydia. You still have your uses. Boss, I spotted one of our trucks. Those two dolls got that brat back, and they're in the HQ compound. We're trying to get the situation under control. Zoe. Come, Lydia. Time for a family reunion. This is to repay you for what you said just now. I'm not irredeemable, am I? A veritable tide of mass-produced dolls pours in toward Phytusa and Phelan. Their movements are smooth, but gradually slowing down. The range of his activity is gradually shrinking. Meanwhile, Zoe is hard at work inside the truck. This is bad. We need to get Zoe out of here. Not possible. There are conglomerate forces all around us. We're trapped. Looks like we got no choice but to hold the line and believe in the brat, no? I've done it. I cracked the cipher key. Even she is surprised by what she's done. It's the same decryption process as before, but it's several times smoother than how it went last night. Is she getting better at this? Was Mom really helping her? Or has she become as familiar with this security system as her own home? Cipher key authenticated. To access administer privileges, please provide voiceprint verification. Voiceprint verification. Damn it, looks like we still need Lydia after all. If only we had a recording of her voice. No, Zoe. Lydia isn't the only one with administrator access. Della Sable has it too. Do you have her voiceprint? Mama? But why would Lydia keep Mama's access until now? Was she really not the person I thought she was? Zoe takes out her cell phone. It contains a recording of her mother's voice. Perhaps her eyes suddenly go wide. Lydia Sable, Della Sable, but after them is a third account with the highest access permissions, registered just a few minutes ago. Zoe Sable. Cipher key authenticated. To access administer privileges, please provide voiceprint verification. I agree. Why can't I sign for the deliveries I made? They're going to be flagged as late. There was a widespread network outage. I can't even connect to my external networks. But I was supposed to finish by today so I could go back and see the commander. What's going to happen to my schedule now? Just as Sakura wails in despair, a series of beeps draws her attention. Beep, 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 ring. 1, 2, 3, a rapid-fire series of electronic notifications suddenly rings out from all around her. There's nothing strange about these sounds. They're merely message-received notifications. However, the fact that she's hearing so many of them at once implies something big has happened. We're back online? Yatta! Sakura, look at the connection compound! As Sakura watches in awe, 11 more drones, like the one that took flight earlier, all take off in the courtyard. They are the airborne beacons that should have been launched in today's ceremony. Sakura takes out her communicator and sees countless notifications that have been piling up all this while. Most of them are reminders of deliveries that are about to be overdue. If the network had remained down, I could have run from reality a little longer. In her dejection, Sakura misses something. Unlike before, there's a strange line of tech at the top of their screen. Services provided by the bugs. Commander, we've got signal. I don't know who activated a new beacon, and the signal quality is not very good. However, it's enough for us to build a D2D channel and establish communication with DOVA-SYNDROME. So we don't need to trouble Dandelion to step in. Excellent. Contact them ASAP. Will do. Not long after we started thinking of ways to help DOVA-SYNDROME fight Tusa with their problems, and told them to dispose of the explosives, the Elmo lost contact with the two of them. We received news from various regions about the Beacon Control Center shutdown in Port Mika. Since such regional network outages were fairly common, we couldn't simply conclude that something bad had happened to them. However, both Helen and Ulrid were very worried about them. Helen's concern was more that of a parent for a child. Ulrid, on the other hand, was scared that she wouldn't be able to pay for the Beacon Control Center if it got blown up. Speaking of which, Helen, there's something very strange about all this. The doll who took Dushavnaya hostage felt oddly familiar. That does seem quite noteworthy. I think your instincts are quite accurate, Commander. Although her voice was processed, when I hacked her neurocloud, I saw... What'd you see? I saw you, Commander. Therefore, I didn't do any further damage to her neurocloud. So you're saying she's an ex-Griffin doll? I'm inclined to believe so. That would also explain why she had a complete breakdown after hearing what you said. It would have been a massive mental blow, like instantly melting her neurocloud down. I think the only person on Earth who could do that with just a few words would be you, Commander. Perhaps I'm imagining things, but there seems to be a playful undercurrent to Helen's words. Understood. Let's get Dushavnaya on the line ASAP. I have an idea. This is message number 3753. It's going to be the last one. I'm sorry, darling. I couldn't come back to your side in the end. Bassie is planting the explosives around the fuel tanks. She tenderly arranges the cold metal, like she's decorating for her own wedding. At first, I think I pushed myself too hard. All I wanted was to return to your side. I didn't give a damn about the agreement or the political situation or whatever. To me, all those stupid rules were supposed to prevent two hearts from speaking to each other. My soul is yours. Didn't we promise each other that when we made our oath? And because of that, I was always fighting. I fought the people who tried to stop me. I fought the people who spoke ill of you. I fought those hazy, unsubstantial rules. But it seems I grew weaker without my darling by my side. I caused lots of trouble and I made everyone hate me. In fact, I very nearly ended up as scrap. Fortunately, I met Della. She was a romantic and an idealist, which made her resemble you in a way. She saved me, and for a while I thought things were going to get better. But as you know, the world is never good to good people, and she passed away not long after that. She was murdered by those people because she collected too much information that could reveal their true nature. Della's death changed lots of things. She left behind a whole bunch of orphans that nobody would care for, and her own daughter became an orphan too. I even met Phelan. I'm talking about GRG-41. She was waiting like a dork for you, all by herself, trying to protect the Griffin she knew, until she collapsed because of a lack of frame maintenance. If Della hadn't saved her, she would have ended up like me too, which is why we couldn't abandon Della's kids. Afterwards, Phelan and I became partners, and then I realized I'd become a troublesome girl. I didn't dare to push myself anymore. I began to fear coming back to your side. But I didn't know how to live without you. So I had a wicked side. It's the proof that I became a bad person. I used Della's kids. I brainwashed them about how good the commander was. I told them that the best thing they could do in their lives was to become useful to the commander. I turned my desires into children's dreams. With that in mind, I could work hard again, using others to fulfill my desires. I don't think I can be forgiven for that. I know that's the kind of thing you hate the most. I should have died long ago. I should have died the day you left. At the very least, there would have been some value in my death. I'm ready to put an end to everything. I'll destroy myself, Lydia's company, and the conglomerate schemes. Well, I don't know what exactly is going on, Commander. The conglomerate is going to take this place over sooner or later. They're going to take this town that grew up prosperous thanks to Della's death and eat it all up. Say, darling, the conglomerate is the enemy, right? It's your enemy, right? If they get their hands on connection, they'll be able to control all communications in the Yellow Zone, and that would be really inconvenient for you, right? So, this is my last wish, Commander. This selfish little kitty of yours just wants to die while loving you. Please forgive me, darling. I have no idea what you're muttering about, but this is the end of you, little demon king. Dushavnaya is taking aim at her target. The shot is the key to putting an end to this whole incident. She needs to hit Bastie in the head while not striking the surrounding bombs. Yet for some reason, she doesn't really hate this doll. At the very least, the sorrow and shock when she heard the commander's voice didn't seem fake to her. However, she doesn't have a choice. If those bombs go off, it'll be too late for anything. And so, Dushavnaya must solemnly carry out a hero's duty. Are we connected? Du, Shiv, Naya, can you hear me? Just as she's about to pull the trigger, Du, Shiv, Naya suddenly picks up a choppy audio transmission. She immediately recognizes the garbled voice. Commander? Thank goodness, it worked. Du, Shiv, Naya, I had heavily used the new airborne beacon as a relay to establish a point-to-point connection with you. Point-to-point? Ah, yes, that's... Several hours ago, the Port Mika sector you went completely offline and became a network dead zone. Service hadn't been fully restored yet. Do you know what happened? It went offline? Could this be part of the wicked conspiracy too? Still, that's not important. Du, Shiv, Naya lowers her head and replies confidently. Don't worry, Commander. I'll take care of everything. Can I really not worry? Tell me what you're doing right now. I am aiming at the target. Aiming at who? The master of the disaster, the evil demon king, that wicked blondie. She's a doll. And she used to be from Griffin, am I right? Du, Shiv, Naya is making the final adjustment for her shot. She's completely focused on her target. The world has been reduced to nothing more than a picture of her scope and her crosshairs. However, the commander just had to ask a very tricky question at that very moment. What's the fastest way for her to describe Basti, the commander? She's the person who inflated the bidding price at the auction, who stole the auction lot, who attacked us. No, that won't cut it. The subject is just too complicated to quickly explain, regardless of which incident she wants to begin with. More to the point, she doesn't have the mental energy to put her thoughts into words right now. Wait, that's it! A light bulb goes off over her head, and a term pops out of the depths of her mind. It's short and perfectly describes the doll's identity. Her name is GRMK23. Basti picks up the last bomb. She caresses it gently, wipes it, and plants it a light kiss on the surface. This will be the initiating explosion and the carefully chosen endpoint of her life. Oh yes, darling. I need to apologize to you. Even though we finally managed to meet each other again after 10 years, I yelled at you. Well, you were mean to me too, but that's okay. You don't have to apologize. I'm sorry. Who's that? Basti's tail suddenly shoots up in response to that sudden voice. The voice is close by. It's coming from right behind her. She instinctively raises her gun, but at the same time, that same instinct makes her lower her right away. Is she dreaming? Have the bombs already gone off? If this isn't her life flashing past her eyes, like it's supposed to just before you die, then why is she hearing the commander's voice? It was my fault. I should have known it was you sooner. GRMK23. Although I think your name is Basti now, isn't it? It's a lovely name. I hope to use it in the future. Could you find it in your heart to forgive me? Basti stands stock still. She doesn't even realize that tears are streaming down her face. She doesn't give any thought to whether this is real life or just fantasy. Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Just being able to hear the commander's voice again makes her happier than she's ever been. So many references. Mika team is a bunch of nerds. I want to make up for all this. For hurting your feelings, and for the 10 years we've been apart. Therefore, I'd like you to take care of yourself. Can you do that for me, Basti? Hearing this drives Basti over the edge. She throws the bomb aside, discards all consideration of reality, and runs towards the voice. Darling! Wah! She runs around the corner and gloms the commander. However, the commander doesn't seem ready to handle Basti's burning love. Eh? The commander's soothing voice is coming from a speaker on her frame. Dork. Love and punishment. There is no inappropriate time for love. I think there is. Darling, darling, darling! I missed you so much. It hurt so bad each and every day. I wanted to see you. I wanted to kill everyone who suggested the agreement. Where? Yes. I wanted to see you too. It must have been hard. I have so many things I want to tell you. I'll listen to all of it and make sure I memorize every single word. Quit rubbing on me. Have you been okay when I wasn't with you, darling? Have you been eating well? Have you been overworking yourself? Darling, nobody did anything, did you? You haven't fallen for anyone else, have you? You still love me, right? Right? Yes. Very much. Du, Shiv, Naya feels utterly helpless. Bassie is hugging her tightly, and a stream of sweet words keeps pouring into her ears. She is a complete outsider to the situation, but she's essentially a walking radio handset. Is life on the ML interesting? It's pretty good. We got lots of entertainment facilities on board. We have arcade machines, a cafe, a hot spring. Hot springs! I love hot springs! I want to be the first to soak in one with you, Commander, darling. I've actually been there with Commander already. Bitch! Who asked you? Oh, that switch just flipped. Oh my god. Real good. Oh my god. Bitch, who asked you? Bassie finally remembers that she's not hugging the commander and shoves Douche of Nile away. Darling, who is this interfering woman? It's Kay. Oh, now I'm in the way, am I? Just who was hugging me so tightly just now? The argument seems to have triggered some kind of chain reaction because a series of rapid footsteps suddenly echoes through the air. Right after that, the mass-produced conglomerate dolls begin arriving one after another. Target seize them. Learn to read the room. How dare you interrupt my lovey-dovey world for two? I'm standing right here. It was never just a world for two. Forget it. I'll show you all. I'm unstoppable when I have my darling. Oh, thank goodness. That was pretty short. Stay back there and don't get in my way. No way. A hero doesn't run from battle. Alright then. Let's make it a competition. Which, watch me closely, darling. I'm more useful than her. Except I don't use either of those dolls. Oh god, it's 3 o'clock already? It's been that long? Jesus. Could I?
逃げられるとさっさと倒れたらどうだ。次。
Hey, where the hell are you aiming? I was shooting the enemy. You should have shot the ones on the other side. The other side? Then you should have told me. How was I supposed to know? Do I even need to spell that out too? Those enemies would all be gone by now if Phelan were here. With strategists and War Master around, the enemy wouldn't even manage to draw their guns. Bassie and Douche of Naya do not work well together. In fact, they end up getting in each other's way. Bassie, Douche of Naya. The situation isn't looking bad. Listen to my orders from now on. Yeah. Bassie, what happened? Are you hurt? No, she's just rolling around on the ground. I just heard Darling's lovely voice all of a sudden. Darling's going to make me obey him. It's all a bit too much for me. This reunion is progressing way too fast, darling. Should I be listening to this? She really is a spirited girl. I didn't expect her to be GRMK23. Does it mean there'll be yet another person to lead Douche of Naya astray? Please give your orders, Commander. We have other matters to handle afterwards. Douche of Naya, Basti. Right now we have 3 objectives. Keep Vaitusa, GRG-41, and other important people safe. Dispose of the C4 explosive. Capture the corporate mastermind. Proceed according to the following plan. Got that? Affirmative! I understand, darling. Very well. Let's wrap this day up. The tomato wagon is coming. Tomato? Why did Darlin mention tomatoes? Didn't you know? The commander is developing the yellow zone with us, which means planting tomatoes and what? Bassie suddenly points her gun at Douche of Naya. It is only by great force of will that she resists the urge to pull the trigger. You plowed the fields with Darling. You planted your seeds with him. You turned the fertile soil. You watered the plots. I haven't even done that to him. Yeah, but you. Afterwards, I'm gonna have you explain just what kind of relationship you have with Darling. Oh, also, who else is on the Elmo? Don't tell me those interfering hussies like 416, WA 2000, and Springfield are already on board. They are, actually. Along with PA-15, GD, DSR-50, and some others. Except, we haven't officially met DSR-50, Lorelei. Which one's PA-15? Oh, it's, it's Florence. It's Florence. Ah, naruhodo. Oh, friend of yore and demon king of today, please, put the bomb down.
当然の勝利ね。
Alright, final signal. The radio waves are a messenger pigeon that announces peace. Oh geez, look at that face. Two-phase obstacle. Needy cat girl overload. Honestly, you wasted all my efforts. Still, I have to admit that you're capable dolls. So capable, it's making me recall a less than pleasant experience. Despite their dogged resistance, Phytusa and Phelan both know this is the end. Doll corpses are piled up at their feet, but the enemy numbers still aren't thinning out. If Carl ordered them to fire indiscriminately, the two dolls wouldn't be able to protect Zoe. Moreover, Carl has a hostage. He forces Lydia to her knees in front of him and points the gun at her head. Isn't it time you came out, Miss Zoe? Lydia is about to say something, but Carl kicks her in the ribs. She grits her teeth and bites back a whimper. After seeing this, Zoe opens the truck door. Let go of her! Stop it, you idiot. Don't come out. So you're Zoe Sable. You have a very low-class look to you. It suits your yellow zone blood perfectly. Because of you, my plan is in shambles. I'll need to thank you for both of that. Thank you both for that. Auntie Lydia. You dummy. You're just like your mother. You're the dummy, you super tsundere. What did you say? I didn't need your protection. I'll protect all of you. Zoe turns to Carl and holds up her laptop. What's this? Are you going to threaten me? I want to make a deal. I can't give you connection, but the control authorization for the airborne beacons are all here. Zoe, don't be stupid. People like him... Shut up! I see. Indeed, there's no point in trying to take connection by force now. It would cause too much trouble later. But the airborne beacon prototypes would be worth the losses and the disturbances incurred during this trip. So yes, that is a good offer. It seems Zoe managed to convince Carl. He leans forward and verifies the status of the 12 airborne beacons. And then he laughs. There's an undercurrent of berserk malice under the despair-filled smile on his face. But unfortunately, you have no right to tell me what to do. He pulls the trigger, but a doll that was standing beside him suddenly steps forward in front of Lydia. Carl's bullet bounces off the doll's midsection. What? You really are a hopeless human being, aren't you, mister? Now that network access is back online, you shouldn't have shown your face in front of us with those low-level dolls. Before Carl can react, the dolls around him begin falling one after another. It seems someone, or some doll, is picking them off with extremely precise sniping. Meanwhile, a nimble figure jumps out from the ceiling shipping crates behind them. She swiftly takes down the 3 dolls that are scrambling to protect him and watches as Carl tries to scamper away like a rat. Darling said if you took the laptop, there might have been room for negotiation. But since you're such a damn blockhead, I'll just have to show you how the Black Utopia gang does things. Thank goodness that was short. We have a couple of doll robots helping us. I don't think we need their help, but sure. Oh, it's so hot today. Thank goodness I have the window open. Bye. Yay! 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 Oh, we have a flyer. Bum, bum, bum. Bye-bye. Hurry up. What the hell are you lot doing? They're just a few dolls. Huh. Is this your idea of leadership? There is a pitying look on Bassie's face. While the conglomerate dolls are mass-produced and don't have full neural clouds, their frames and weaponry are still excellent. In fact, these mass-produced frames all have better performance compared to hers. Unfortunately, they are being commanded by Carl. All these dolls can do is follow their preset combat logic and attack mindlessly without any regard for strategy. Naturally, this is the kind of opponent that the commander is best at fighting. As the thought crosses Bassie's mind, her heart pounds and burns. Ah, my darling really is the best after all. Dushavnaya, are you listening? What is it, War Master? I've been trying to avoid wrecking these frames. You should pay attention to that too. While they're not fully compatible with us, most of their parts can be reused. Damaging their motive cortices through the neck can put them down with minimal damages. I see! That means we can cut down our expenses! Huh? Come to think of it, this weird doll had a pretty good idea. More importantly, what relationship do you have with Darling? Who? Darling is the commander. A master-slave relationship. Naturally, I'm the master. I'll kill you, bitch! Oh, looks like you've got guts. I'd be happy to fight Husa! Sorry about that. Nixie loves running her mouth. Actually, we both like lying on the commander's lap and being spoiled by him. Is something wrong? Huh, it's nothing. Just remember that you only get the chance to do that because I wasn't with Darling. Phelan, go easy on them. Oh, okay, I guess. Is this the upgrade to the Bug's Auto Thugs? Also, it seems Darling needs more frames, so I need to score more points with him. As she says this, Bassie whips out a can of spray paint and sprays the dolls in front of her. Listen up, Elmo dolls. All the tagged ones are mine. I have no choice but to retreat. Remove all targeting restrictions. Eliminate anyone who tries to pursue me. Carl's last order makes Bastie and Phelan's faces turn ice cold. Escorted by his last few bodyguards, Carl turns and gets on the nearest jeep. Apparently Bastie drove it here, but Carl can't be picky at this point. Run! Find a safe place to hide. If you don't have anywhere to go, go to my place for now. The streets of Port Mika are in chaos. The firefights between the conglomerate dolls and Port Mika's security forces are intense. It's only a matter of time before civilians get caught up in it. Lydia's voice regains its strength. The people begin rallying around Lydia, and order is restored, slowly but surely. Lady Lydia, we've gathered all our combat-capable personnel. What do we do now? Do you even need to ask? We're going to save people. Start by rescuing the trapped citizens. Money can always be made again, but lost employees aren't so easily replaced. Evacuate them and their families. What's going on here? Where's Big Sis? I don't know, but those dolls... Look out! Thanks to Carl's imprecise directions, his dolls are indiscriminately attacking everyone within the general vicinity of his route of retreat. Thus, when the kids turn up looking for Zoe, the dolls lock onto them as well. Take them to my mansion. Lydia's guard squad managed to pull them out of the harm's way just barely in the nick of time. No, I have something to do. What is it? Do you know you nearly just died now? I need to help Big Sis. Oh, so you're part of the Bugs? No. You mean your Big Sis isn't Zoe? Who's Zoe? I've never heard of her before. In fact, who are you, Auntie? I don't recognize you. The girl looks away guiltily, not daring to meet Lydia's eyes. All right, arrest them all. What are you doing? Let go of me. Stop getting in my way. I'm going to fight. I'm going to save you guys. Based on what I know, the Bugs are better at causing mischief. You don't know anything about the Bugs. Not necessarily. I actually know quite a bit about you lot. For example, I know how most of the money Bassie spent on raising you was stolen from me. Lydia waves and gestures to her men to take them away. Don't worry. Your Big Sis is really capable, so she doesn't need your help. Go hang around my mansion for a bit. Perhaps you'll come to appreciate a different way of life. The sound of gunfire slowly fades away. However, this does not reassure Carl. For him, it feels like he's returned to that day, using the last of his strength to contemplate his defeat and what hope he still has. Damn it. Foiled by a bunch of pesky dolls again. There should be more forces nearby. Contact them and have them suppress this place. I haven't lost yet. I'm definitely going to win this time. Ever since she was a child, the word wealthy was never something that could be associated with Zoe. She's used to scrimping, saving, and even stealing, using what doesn't belong to her to achieve her goals. But right now, perhaps for the first time in her life, she has legitimate control over the airborne beacons. In this day and age, the power of the internet has reached all the way down to the smallest cogs of society. To command this digital world implies she has tremendous self-assurance. Zoe, have you found him yet? Got him, big sis Basti. Good. Hand me the phone. Just as Carl is frantically trying to contact reinforcements, he finds that all his transmissions have been jammed. Before he can think about whether this is the work of that hacker brat, his phone rings. With no other option, Carl picks it up. Hello, Mr. Bad Guy. What do you want? I just want to thank you. Things probably wouldn't have gone this well if it wasn't for your scheming here and there. Do you want 3% of the profits? I mean it, by the way. Go to hell, you garbage doll. How dare a piece of abandoned trash like you speak to me? I'm not pathetic enough to care about a payout from a bunch of orphans like you. Whoopsies, you almost stepped on a mine. As punishment, I'm cutting your time down to 30 seconds. What are you talking about? Listen up. I don't care who's behind you, but you pissed off the wrong person. I'll be back, and next time I'll have more people with me. What a horrific attitude. 15 seconds then. Friendly reminder, did you check what was in the trunk of the Jeep you stole? What are you? A chill runs down his spine. He understands. Darling said to detonate the bomb safely, so we decided to perform remote demolition on them. Thanks for driving them all the way out there, by the way. Now then, 10. No. You can't. 7. Get out of here. Everyone out of the vehicle now. Boss, it's not safe, right? Just jump. 0. Wow. Whoa. What just happened? I think I can guess. The 4 dolls stand in a row, admiring the magnificent explosion in the distance. A small mushroom cloud slowly blooms into the sky, searing another scar on the world that has already been ravaged by collapsed radiation. Say, Zoe, I gave him 10 seconds more than we agreed on. He ought to be able to survive with that, right? I'm sorry. There you go, apologizing right out of the gate. That's because I messed up. Well, whether or not you messed up lies in this question. Did you want him alive or dead? I don't know. Really? Oh, go on and think about it then. That's your rightful privilege as a kid. You get to reflect on your mistakes and grow from them. And you also get to keep trying and learning until next time. Big sis, are you leaving us? Basti looks at Zoe. She notes the girl's reddened eyes and her forced smile. She's watched this girl grow up, and she suddenly realized that Zoe's almost as tall as her now. How much taller will she grow, and how much further will she be able to see in the days to come? Unlike dolls, time always leaves its mark on humans. I have to, because this time I want to catch up to him. That's why I need to grow up too, just like you did. When I was with you in the bugs, I realized I was just a child. But what Darling wants is a mature woman who can support him. Somewhere closer to the explosion, Carl's ears are still ringing. Where are the others? Actually, he doesn't care. Everything that happened is beyond his comprehension. Did I lose again? How did I lose this time? I clearly had the advantage. Am I really just a whiny brat, a selfish and reckless kid who needs his father to protect him? Carly slowly begins to move. He starts to flee, even though he doesn't know where he's going. Though he can't stand up, he works his arms and legs, crawling forward. It's as though he's returned to the day when the liner sank, being dragged down by the seawater and abandoned by everything. Back then he kicked with all his might, because only his legs would obey his will. He rose above the water, then sank below it. He broke the surface again, then sank again. Back then, that person and Mr. Zimmerman had saved him. What about this time? Would they save him again? Eventually, Carl couldn't crawl any further. He rises to his knees, planning to rest for a bit, but then the setting sun is suddenly blocked by a line of shadows. He looks up and sees a group of soldiers standing before him. Is this a chance? Does he still have hope? Carl reaches out and grabs one of their trouser legs. Uncle Zimmerman's. That name shall never be uttered by your mouth ever again.
素晴らしい戦術でした。指揮官。勝ち
Oh, wait.
かな
We're almost done. Yes, like I said, we are terminating our cooperation. Connection will no longer do any business with the Orlok conglomerate. Lydia puts the phone down. She lost count of how many calls it's been today. 2 days have passed since the incident. The silence of Port Mika has been making the rounds on the internet as it's become the subject of heated discussions. The town has been engulfed by a wave of excitement. Everyone is eager to share details, rumors, and feedback online, as people were actually there. In contrast to them, Lydia has chosen to remain silent. She doesn't have the free time for such things. She still has countless messages to clean up. Yet another call comes in. Hello, have you finished tallying the losses up yet? Right, just send me the final amount. Just do your job and don't worry about the rest. Connection will be better off without the conglomerate. Oh yes, did our new partner reply yet? I'm talking about that tomato emperor. Yes, the one who's been the talk of the Yellow Zone lately. Of course I know he's dangerous, but you should also know that I've never shied away from danger. Suddenly, there is a disturbance from outside her study. Soon, a servant hurriedly pushes the door open. Madam, there's an intruder. Lydia doesn't even look at him and waves him away. Don't worry about it, just go back to your work. Despite his confusion, the servant leaves as he is told. Lydia leans back into her chair. You know, the front door exists for a reason. I'm not used to it. Basti nimbly clambers through the curtains and into the room. Pardon me for not getting up. Besides, you'll just take whatever you want anyway. Yep, already did. Today's desserts kinda suck. The canellas were overbaked. Our previous chef is laid up in the hospital, so we had to use an intern. Please understand. Oh yes, since you're here, help me run an errand. Lydia pulls a stack of documents out of a drawer as she says this. Could you hand these contacts to your... what's he's called? Your commander? I was looking through his file. I didn't expect the Yellow Zone to be hiding such an interesting gem for the past 10 years. What the hell? Don't you lay your grubby paws on the commander. Relax. I'm a businesswoman, at least for now. My interest in him is strictly professional. This is an honest contract, by the way. It should score you lots of points with him. You see, I'm not that heartless, Basti. I know who it was that helped me. You do? Of course I do. It was those two dolls from the Elmo. They didn't know me, but they were working hard to save Port Mika. Meanwhile, all you and Zoe know how to do is cause problems for me. In short, I owe the commander, and I hate owing people. What you're saying isn't exactly wrong. But strictly speaking, all this was your own damn fault. If you hadn't been so heartless and approached a conglomerate to do business with them, then... Are you saying you would have just stolen the airborne beacons instead of turned the bugs into wanted fugitives? That's such an ugly way to phrase it. I prefer a great revolution to overthrow a corrupt ruler. That was what your commander did to Mokosh. What you did was just breaking the law. Doing something like bringing down connection isn't necessarily a heroic upheaval. Sometimes that's the sort of thing that ends up enriching other corporations instead. The world of adults is never simple, Basti. But that's not to say the kids are always wrong. Lydia's tone shifts, surprising Basti with its gentleness. The latter turns to look at her. Does saying such things mean you're still in touch with your inner child? It just made me think of my good-for-nothing big sister. While I'll never become her, being like her from time to time, that isn't so bad. After all, I don't want to become a rotten adult. Lydia remembers Carl, that detestable young man. She remembers how she saw hints of her past self in him. He used any and all means to achieve his victory, but in the end his desires were thwarted. I see. I only realized that just now, too. So that's why you never deleted her access. Lydia's eye twitches. Della's access? I just couldn't be bothered to delete it. Removing an admin account, it's a huge pain in the ass. So why'd you give Zoe access then? Same answer as the previous question. Because I'm an adult. When adults can't handle their problems, they dump them on their kids and say, hey, it's your era now. You really are a rotten adult after all. I just think that, unlike me, someone's definitely going to save Zoe. I keep people around me with money and contracts, but Della was different. She had lots of friends ever since she was a kid. Sure, some of them just want to use her kindness, but there were also others who were drawn to her kindness. True friends, in other words. Zoe's like her. She's an annoying little brat for sure, but she can win the hearts of people. And dolls. Relationships like that can better survive crises. That's why I came to visit you. Della left the will behind. I didn't want to give it to you at first, but after things turned out like they did, I changed my mind. As she says this, an audio file arrives in Lydia's inbox. Right, that's a stone off my chest. I think this is the last time we'll be meeting. I'll be leaving Port Mika after this. That's good to hear. I should congratulate you. Any more scores you want to settle? If you got anything to say, make it quick. If you don't want to speak up now, you might have to forever hold your peace. Actually, now that you mention it, there is one more thing. I was supposed to have 12 aerial beacons in the air, but one of them hasn't gone online for a long time. Do you know anything about it? Nope, not at all. Never seen it. Don't know anything about it. Didn't pay attention to it. Fine. Anyway, just help me tell Zoe. I'm not helping. Tell her to keep her at a higher altitude. Make sure she memorizes the operation manual. Do not lose it. There are over 120 patented technologies on it which haven't been made public yet. If it breaks, do not fix it on your own, and absolutely do not let the conglomerate get it. Oh, I see. Sure, no problem. I'll let her know. Basti takes Lydia's contract and leaves her mansion. This time she goes through the front door. Inside her study, Lydia stares hard at the audio file on her screen. She spaces out for a very long time. In the end, she hits the play key. Ah! Thank you for the raid, Alt Yellow Flash. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Thunderbird Prime, Master of VTuber. And we are just about wrapping up the event Needy Catgirl Overload in Girls Frontline 2 Exilium. Oh, I didn't mean socials. I meant Yellow Flash. How was Astral Chain? You know, I've never gotten around to playing that game. I have a Switch, but I just use it for Ring Fit. A nostalgic voice fills the room, taking her back to a long, long time ago. She's talked and laughed with the owner of that voice before. She's poured out her feelings to that person, but for the most part, they just argued. It seems like they never really understood each other, just like how Lydia still doesn't understand if there was any meaning to Della's death. Did it end up bringing someone salvation? Dyla. I hope that when I die, it's quick and without fanfare. I don't want people to be sad for me. I don't want people to end up being judged because of me. Lydia always said that I was an idealist, and I am. That's hardly a big deal. Oh, it's supposed to be Della. But they misspelled the name. Way to go, Bika. The sun will rise tomorrow. It will always continue to do so. And I already know that idealists will eventually die, but the ideals never will. How did it go? Did he reply? Are you okay, big sis? Did you pick the right frequency? Are the parameters correct? Shut up! I'm working. Okay, we're through. A transmission channel lights up as everyone watches intently. Hello, I am the commander of the Elmo. All right, we did it! It's really him, the legendary hero, the legendary commander, the man with the biggest bounty of them all. Just what exactly have you all heard about me? Big Sis Basti told us all about your heroic deeds. And we've seen the recent news too. Alright, quiet down all of you. It's time to talk business. Commander, we're the Black Utopia Gang, or Bugs for short. A team of about a dozen people. We're good at data security manipulation. Right now we have control permissions over an airborne beacon. We're preparing to use it to build a powerful intelligence network. I've already compiled what the bugs can do in a demonstration document. We just sent it over. Are we qualified to help you? Can we follow you and work with you? All the kids hold their breath. These few seconds will forever be engraved into their memories. Finally, the commander speaks again. I've read the document. The bugs are definitely a very capable organization. Your intelligence network is very comprehensive, and the demonstration document clearly shows you are geniuses when it comes to networks and communications. However, I must apologize. For safety reasons, I cannot work with you. What? Oh no, are we going to have to spend the rest of our lives turning screws in an electronics plant? Basti and Fei Lin told us you'd be like that. You really are a tricky and stubborn person. I'm not looking down on you. I simply have my convictions. After this incident, you should already understand, right? The world isn't neatly divided into black and white. Being a so-called hero isn't easy. I understand. In that case, I'm officially declaring that the bugs will be disbanding today. What? Big sis, why? I also want to officially announce the founding of the Bugs Information Network Atelier. Since we're a small startup and nobody has any experiences, our prices will be very competitive. Will you happen to be interested in engaging our services? May I see the specific terms and conditions? Of course. Also, due to the dangerous nature of your work, I may send someone over to Port Mika to meet with you and conduct necessary audits. Will that be alright? We'll prepare ourselves for it. Well then. Very well. Now then, Miss Zoe Sable. I'm looking forward to working with you. May we both benefit from this partnership. We did it! No more screws for us! The bugs hug each other and celebrate. The beautiful picture Basti spent so many years painting in their hearts is now a reality. After hearing this, Phelan slowly emerges from behind the kids. It's just a few steps, but it feels like a long way to her. Master. GRG-41. It must have been hard for you all this time. I tried my best. While I didn't know about the freedom or anything at first, I know that the only place I want to be has always been by your side. Big Sis Phelan. But after I left you, some things changed. I met Basti and Della and Zoe and the others. I've experienced things I never did when I was in Griffin, and when I was with you. So I'm sure I've changed. I might not be as capable as Basti, but I tried. So can I return to your side again, Master? Well, if that's what you want. I have no reason to refuse. Welcome back, GRG-41. Or rather, Phelan. I'll be waiting for you on the Elmo. You did it, Big Sis! It's all settled now. The bugs celebrate in their little room. They toss Zoe up and down happily. Phelan's standing off to the side, but she feels a little lonely. After all, Basti's not with her. So, are you two really not coming back yet? Nope. We can't just return empty-handed. The Supreme Leader will think we're useless. We fought hard to disable all those dolls. Why did they take their frames away? Doesn't that mean we wasted our time? It can't be helped. Those frames are evidence for the conflict between Connection and the Conglomerate, after all. While you two did cause quite a bit of a mess, things turned out very well in the end. If you come back now, Ulrid will give you a light punishment. It'll only be a week of slinging fertilizer on the tomato plots. Then I'm definitely not going back. Oh dear. So what do you intend to do next? Where will you get the doll frames from? Go on, strategist! Tell her! Wait, you want me to do it? Alright then. Actually, we saw a freight job on a trading website. The client is sending a shipment from Port Mika to a distant client. The client is offering barter terms. Once the assignment is finished, the client will pay us in doll frames. You got that from a trading website? That doesn't sound reliable at all. So where will you be getting the trade goods from? We talked about it with Lydia. She's got some electronic scrap on her hands that meets the client's requirements. Since we helped save Port Mika, she was willing to give us to us dirt cheap. What about transportation? Will you be riding a vehicle there? Oh yeah, we need a vehicle! Don't worry, we've got connections to Port Mika. Phelan is bending over as she packs her luggage. As she thinks about how she'll be returned to the Elmo and Commander's side, her heart fills with excitement. It's something she hasn't felt in a long time. They're the pure emotions of a girl, as though her limitations as a technical doll didn't exist. They're similar to how she was 10 years ago, but not entirely the same. This is not the first time Phelan's felt this way. It's a bittersweet blend of longing and regret that's been brewing for the past decade. The truth is, the only thing separating her from the Commander is around 500 kilometers of distance. Her luggage and her other things aren't important. The only one thing she wants to take with her. There's only one thing she wants to take with her. There it is. She withdraws from under the spotless bed, sits down on the floor, and holds up the only treasure she's ever possessed. It is a Griffin officer's beret from 10 years ago, bearing the scent of the person she and Bessie swore to follow. It was a gift from the Commander, although he probably didn't think of it that way. Phelan had insisted on owning something that belonged to the Commander, and that little wish had been granted. After the Commander left Griffin and was restructured, Phelan was granted a privilege that would be unthinkable for a doll. The only thing she took from Griffin was this beret. Master, I'm coming to see you now. Phelan lovingly nuzzles the beret and carefully sniffs it. She imagines the real Commander's warmth and loses herself in a peace and happy that she hasn't felt in 10 years. However, in this moment of blissful serenity, a doubt quietly stirs in her heart. Basti, is it really okay for me to go back like this? The scene from the last time she saw her best buddy flashes through her mind. Perfume check. Handkerchief check. Darling, your soft and sweet-smelling GR Mark 23. I mean, Basti is coming. Stop it. You're making me blush. Bass. What's the matter, Phelan? Not going to prepare yourself? I'm not like you. I don't even know if Master wants me back. I didn't manage to accomplish anything over the past decade. Who says you didn't? You protected Della's legacy until now. You also protected Zoe. And I'll only say this once, so listen up, okay? I couldn't have held out this long without you. Apart from Darling, you're the only person that I'll acknowledge. The only friend I can be with. So puff up that flat chest of yours and hold your head up with pride. Sure, my chest is flat, but my frame's still stronger. Is it okay? Can I return to Master's side? Can I really help Master as I am now? I can't answer that question for you. But the fact that you're worrying about things like that is a sign that you've grown, Phelan. I've grown. Phelan closes her eyes. What appears in her mind is a secret. It's a secret that Basti seems to know as well, but one that she's never asked about. Just what is Della's legacy anyway? At first, Phelan thought that after returning to the commander's side, she could share this secret with the only person she trusted and admired. But is that really the right thing to do? I talked with Lydia and she said the world of adults is complicated. Sometimes the world needs kids, like Zoe or Della. Who knows? Darling might be a kid too. Master isn't a kid. Well, if you ask me, there's nothing wrong with kids. I hate that Darling and I were separated. I'm still holding a grudge with the powers that be over it. I want to cry and wipe away all the years without Darling by my side. But at the same time, I don't want to trade a decade's worth of my memories for a chance to go back to the past. It's weird, right? As dolls, the shape of our neuroclouds was decided from the moment we were made. That's why, 10 years ago, I thought my love for Darling would never change. But after so much time has passed, and after hearing Darling's voice again, I suddenly realized something. I'm so hopelessly in love with him. In fact, I love him even more than I did before. Basti walks up to Phelan and gently squeezes her hand. Her fingers are cold, but they tremble slightly. They convey a warmth that can only be felt with the soul. My dearest friend, I can support you in anything you want to do. I can share with you, apart from Darling's love. If you meet an enemy, I'll fight by your side any time. But the gift I receive from Darling, this realization that fills me with hate and love, that is mine and mine alone. Nobody else can understand it, not even myself from back then. I couldn't tell you the answer, even if I wanted to. It would be pointless. It's the same for you too, right? The freedom that Darling gave us isn't meaningless. Thanks to this gift, we aren't the dolls we used to be anymore. The next morning, Phelan is walking alone on the street. She spent all the night thinking, but she couldn't come up with an answer. Why do I feel like I shouldn't go back to Master yet? Just what is this feeling that's coiled around her heart? Doesn't she want to jump into Master's embrace so she can pat her head? Also, she's confident that even if she and Basti pounced on the commander simultaneously, she could muscle her out and monopolize the commander's hugs. It's because I can't let go of Zoe and the bugs? Zoe's already taken a step forward. Will she and her Aunt Lydia reconcile because of their shared feelings over Della? Although Zoe would probably cry her eyes out if she left, it doesn't mean they'll ever see each other again. It doesn't look like the bugs need her that much right now either. Or am I afraid of losing to Basti? In the past, Basti would always step forward with ideas at times like this. Perhaps she's come to rely too much on Basti. Basti's always very reliable during emergencies, and she's always coming up with ideas. That's why Phelan became something like Basti's tag-along. Phelan wants to accomplish something. She wants to do something she can flaunt with pride in front of Basti. Perhaps that's the right decision to choose, but doesn't seem entirely correct either. Phelan knows that her doubts didn't come from any one person, or even from the way the commander treats her. They come from inside her. It's strange. What is this feeling anyway? As she thinks like this, she suddenly sees a huge cargo truck coming right for her. Careful! There's one up ahead! I'm looking for the brakes! Calm down. Take your time. Here it is. Come on now. Steppy step. Zoe! Big sis Phelan, duck! The truck surges forward. Phelan. The latter is still distracted pondering why Zoe is driving a truck in the first place. Almost ends up getting squashed. In her moment of danger, her unconscious reflexes kick in. They nimbly take her out of the truck's way as she skids several meters from the uncontrolled braking. After that, Phelan's face turns grim as she heads over to the door and pulls it open. We meet again, oh comrade Phelan! What the heck are you guys doing? We were just commissioned to perform a delivery assignment and we're carrying it out. At first we were worried about where to get a vehicle from, but fortunately Zoe said she could lend us a truck. What a good girl she is. Phelan recognizes that this is the truck that Kamal henchmen used to kidnap Zoe back then. She must have helped herself to it and brought it home after the uprising. That's not the important thing, though. So, why is Zoe driving? We don't know how to drive vehicles like this. Actually, we don't know how to drive, period. But Nixie says she can pilot bipedal combat walkers. So that means Zoe knows how to drive cargo trucks? She doesn't even have a license! Hey, I got 200 hours in Y-Zone Truck Simulator. And you had to look for the brake pedal even after all that? Wait, more importantly, doesn't everyone think there's a problem with having a miner behind the wheels? The interior of the cab is dead silent. However, someone is yelling where Phelan can't hear. I did! I told you there would be a problem. We would have been killed! Fetusa, let me out! In any case, it's too dangerous for Zoe. I'll handle it. Phelan removes Zoe from the driver's seat, then climbs in. At last she's found what she needs to do. Zoe, stay at home and give me directions. I can do that, sure, but when do you get a license, big sis Phelan? I have 500 hours logged into Y-Zone Truck Simulator. Ah, so you're more qualified. What do you mean more qualified? Shut up! Phelan steps on the gas, and everyone is flung into their seats from the acceleration. The truck sways from side to side as it careens down the road. It doesn't seem much more stable than before. So, does that mean you're not coming with us? Is this a mission from Master? By Master, you mean the Commander. Of course. We're all working hard for the Commander's ideals. Don't you want to stay by Master's side? Hell no. She's lying. She's totally into it. Hero's little secret. I miss Helen and the Commander every day. So why are you guys going so far away from him? So that's what you want to ask, huh? Well, I don't really get it myself. It's more of a feeling than anything. I just want to help the Commander more. I mean, after everything that's happened recently, the heroes realize just how powerless she is. She wants to get stronger so she can protect more of her friends. And I guess it's because the Commander is going to keep running into stronger enemies. When the time comes, the hero needs the confidence that she can protect him. Therefore, she's got to complete more quests and level up. Phelan stares blankly at Dusha Naya. The latter meets her gaze confidently. Neither of them hear Fetusa and Sweeper screaming "Watch the road" into the background. That's it. That's her answer. Yep, Master's enemies are going to be really strong. So I've got to become stronger too. I guess that's the answer that belongs to me, the one Bassie was talking about. Yes, that's well and good, but can you please step on the brakes already? I've been stepping on them since just now. Oh wait, I guess not. Is it too late to get off that truck at this point? Commander, save me. Actually, heroes qualify for the rider class. Maybe I should take... Ah! Commander, come look. You got a whole bunch of messages on your terminal. It's over 3,000. There's 3,753 total. This is a bit much. They're all audio files. Commander, were you wiretapping secret military channels or something? No, it's nothing that serious. Mailing, send them over to my earpiece and play them in sequence. Are you sure, Commander? Your total playtime is over 500 hours. Your ears will fall off. It's alright. I'll take my time listening to them. Soon, a cheery and optimistic voice speaks through my earpiece. Ding dong, darling, this is the first message I'm leaving for you. I figured it out. As long as I can speak to you every day, it'll be like you're still with me. I spend the whole day with Basti speaking in my ear. Sometimes she's talking about various silly encounters, which brings a smile to my face. Other times, there's nothing coherent in them, just weird yelling, animal calls, or mechanical voice noises. I spend all day listening to them, as though to make up for the time spent not keeping her company. I listen to it as I work, as I eat, as I shower. As the entire day passes, I've gone through several years' worth of messages. As I listen to her emotions shifting through the course of the messages, my heart aches for her waning optimism. I'm so immersed in the life she describes that Mei Ling has to shout several times before I hear her. Commander, Sakura's returned. Come down so we can welcome her back. Alright, Sakura. I quickly remove my earpiece, tidy my ups a little, and then stand by Mei Ling's side. The door opens and Sakura emerges shyly, just as she did several days ago. Commander, I finally managed to get all my work done. At last. At last, I get to see you. A nimble silhouette darts out from behind Sakura and startles everyone. Commander, look out! Where did she come from? Was it from my truck? I can't make out the face. All I feel is something soft and warm throwing itself into my arms and clinging tightly to me. My skin heats up rapidly as my body recognizes her before my brain can catch up. Darling! It's like hearing an echo. Two identical voices are embracing me, past and present. It grows more and more realistic, until it becomes a misty haze around my ears. This is message number 3754. Please allow me to whisper it directly to you. Ah, what a needy girl. But anyway, that's the end of the stream, and what a long stream it was. Thank you all for joining me today as I play through the entirety of the event, Needy Cat Girl Overload. Let's go raid Demi. She is doing something. I'm currently not tabbed in right now. What is she doing? Path of Exile 2. Okay. Well, goodbye everyone. See you tomorrow. And remember, stay